And good morning, everybody, and welcome to Albion College in Sprinkle Sprandle Stadium. I'm Jim Funderburg, along with Miles Holliday today, and we're set to bring you the very first NCAA football game of my career. How about yours there, Miles? Huh? This number one for you, too?
Here at Albion, it's my first. Absolutely. It's going to be an exciting day, though.
It should be an exciting day here this afternoon as we have the Albion Britons hosting this afternoon the Eagles from University of Whitewater La Crosse as they come down about 7 hours out of Wisconsin here last night. In fact, got in town late yesterday afternoon for what I'm understanding, and are ready to play a little football this afternoon. They're ranked number 11 in the country at this point in time. The Brits at roughly at 30 if you go through a D3 football and look at that poll. But either way, it doesn't really matter. The Brits come in here as the champions of the MIAA, and the Eagles come in as an at-large team, and that is why they had to travel this afternoon. And, Miles, I think this is going to be a great football game.
It's one of those rare situations where the higher seed is the road team because, as you said, they were at large, and Albion, it's good to see you get rewarded for winning your conference championship. Albion gets rewarded being even though the lower-ranked team getting a home site selection because of the championship qualities of winning the MIAA. What a great weekend for Albion a week ago. You clinch on a Saturday the MIAA championship with a big win over Alma, and then you watch the selection show and you get into the playoffs. What a great 48 hours for the Albion Britons.
You know, it was one of those situations where I think they all thought they were going to have to travel and go somewhere.
Right.
But since the at-large teams cannot host, it worked out in their favor. In fact, I think everybody, if you're a MIAA fan or if you're an Albion fan, when you watched that show last week, you thought, okay, there's Whitewater. They'd been rumored to have to go to Whitewater and play. Nope. There's Central. Nope, didn't have to go there. All right, well, where are we going and what are we doing? And it turned out to be a good afternoon for the Brits.
It's kind of like a game show when you win the grand prize at the end of the show, right?
Yeah.
And Coach Buer and his guys, it was a great video watching them erupt when their name was called as a home site and watching kind of the NCAA selection basketball formula kind of flavor to it. Those guys were super excited.
They really were. And for the Eagles today, they're coming in. It's been a while since they've been in the tournament as well, so they were really looking forward with Coach Janis here to get in his first time. And, in fact, Coach Janis with a very interesting background and a very interesting season for him as he comes in a COVID season where last year, his first season, they didn't play any football whatsoever. So this is his second year, but his first real full year of football at this point in time. Let's take a look at that bracket, and we'll show you exactly how this is all going to play out this year. 32 teams enter the tournament, and you can see over on the left-hand side, you've got St. John's, Lake Forest, Linfield, Redlands, Mary Hardin, Baylor, and Trinity. Those guys all out on the West Coast. And on the right side, North Central and Carnegie Mellon. A very interesting occurrence there as Carnegie Mellon had a COVID outbreak. And so they're not going to play this afternoon. And North Central, the number one team in the country, already move over into the bracket, and they will take on the winner of this one next week.
It's kind of unfortunate for Carnegie Mellon to have an outbreak like that, getting ready for the playoffs, and all of a sudden you're not going to play. But also it's unfortunate because that's a spot another team could be in. Maybe, a week ahead of time, Carnegie Mellon says, hey, we can't because of COVID, and that allows another school to get in. But one way or the other, I think North Central's just happy they're moving on.
North Central, the number one team in the country, was kind of expecting to move on anyway,
right.
But at the same time, they're already done. In fact, the head coach of North Central has a young man that is playing in that Michigan State, that other game in Michigan that's going on today, that Michigan State-Ohio State game. In fact, that one's down in Columbus this afternoon, and we'll keep you updated on that one as the afternoon goes on as well. Let's see how these teams got here because both of these teams had a very good season. As you take a look here are the final standings in the MIAA with the Brits on top. Miles, it was a really good year all the way across for the MIAA football.
Yeah, what a great year for MIAA football. Came down to the last week. And that's what if you're a league that wants to be competitive, you want it to be decided on the last week. And there was three teams that had a chance: Albion, Hope, and Trine. And going into that last week, still trying to get a piece of the league title, but it was Albion that pulled away. And what a job by Coach Buer and his staff. 4 weeks before that, they had that devastating loss to Adrian, where it looked like everything was lost in their season. Just put things back together one step at a time. Took care of business, took care of Hope, took care of Trine, and was able to defeat Alma in the final week of the season to grab that league title.
And you take a look at those the week-by-week stats here for the Albion Britons here. You can see the way that this all played out for the Britons this year. As you take a look at the opening Saturday afternoon was against Mount St. Joe down in Cincinnati, and they took care of business with Mount St. Joe 36-20. Mount ended up to being the number 2 team in the HCAC this year. Easy win over Defiance. Hanover was up here, a good game. Hanover actually are in the tournament as well, as they were the champions in the HCAC this year. Then you see Eau Claire came to town here, and we beat Eau Claire 23-20. Only real good, solid comparison between these two teams, or both these teams had to play Wisconsin-Eau Claire. But you can see the way everything worked out. The biggest game, I think, of the year for the Brits was that Hope game. Going over to Hope and winning that ball game 41-38. I think that set this whole thing up.
Especially after they had the big lead and allowed Hope to come back and snatch the lead, and then showed some resolve and came back and won it at the end there. But you said the Hope game was a fantastic game. I'd also say that you look at the Kalamazoo game, 49-0, but they really needed that because the week before they had lost to Adrian. They got themselves right, got back to taking care of business, and got themselves ready to play an Olivet team and beat an Olivet team who we found out later, 7-3. They're a really good football team this year. So you took care of business and got things well adjusted, and that allowed them to springboard onto that final 3 games to try and Hope in Alma.
And probably part of the story, and maybe the biggest part of that story in that Adrian game, Jack Bush, the starting quarterback for the Brits, was not able to play that game, and you see what the result was. Also a bye week, I think, as well, in between there, which allowed the Brits maybe to have a little bit too much time to celebrate that win over Wisconsin-Eau Claire, and then losing their starting quarterback and having to go down to Adrian, a very tough place to play. It was a tough middle portion of the season. Let's look at the Eagles. How did they get here this year? The Eagles, number 2 in the WIAC, the WIAC. Some people, Miles, say that the WIAC is like the SEC to D3 football.
It's a really good comparison. I mean, we saw Eau Claire in person, and they were a solid football team. Yeah. And you look at the end of the year, 3-7. So that right there tells you how good that conference is. Whitewater is no joke. Lacrosse, as you guys know, 8-2, a fantastic football team, and even River Falls and Oshkosh, my gosh, they're really good as well.
My gosh, they really are. There's no doubt. In fact, Whitewater, Lacrosse, and River Falls, all of them ranked in the top 25 at the end of the year, according to D3 football. How did the Eagles get here? Let's look at them week by week. They started out with a Dakota State team out in South Dakota with a 42-21 win at Madison, South Dakota in that opening week. Then they went to Dubuque, and some people ask, this was a long trip for these guys today. They had to drive basically 7 hours in from Wisconsin yesterday, almost 500 miles. But that trip to Dakota State was just about that same distance, and Grand Valley State is just up the road from us around here. So this is a team that is kind of accustomed to that travel this year as well. So putting them on a bus and sending them somewhere probably is not going to affect them too much today.
Long trips aren't bad as long as you get the win.
Yeah.
Right. And no one ever complains about a long trip when you win. It's if you got the L and you're coming back like, man, that was a long trip. Oh, yeah, and we lost. But if you get the win, everybody's feeling good.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Head on down that stretch, and you go to the next to the last week, and they had to go to Whitewater. And what a ball game that one was, 13-7 against University of Wisconsin Whitewater. And in fact, this lacrosse team had the football and were driving in the last seconds of that football game to potentially have that win that afternoon. Weren't able to pull it off on that Saturday afternoon.
Well, also one that really stands out is the close win over Platteville, 24-23. Yeah. Anytime you can eke by and get a win, boy, it just breeds more and more confidence rolling forward from there.
And, their head coach is a Platteville grad, so that had to make him feel very good about that whole thing. And if you watch the video on that thing, it was a really strange situation all the way around on that one, too, because Platteville had the football inside the 20-yard line of Lacrosse, and the quarterback, I don't know whether he lost track of where he was or what he was doing. He took a knee, and allowed the clock to run out at the end of that football game. And everybody, that was all over the interweb at that point in time as to what exactly happened at that Platteville game. That doesn't mean that they were going to win that ball game, but they had one more shot at it and weren't able to take advantage of it. And then last week they beat Eau Claire easily 44-20, and they had their backup quarterback in as Parks was not playing last week. He was down, according to the coach. He's healthy and back and ready to go for this ball game this afternoon. With that, why don't we hear from both the coaches? We talked to both of them. Let's hear from both the football coaches for Albion and also from Lacrosse. and we're getting ready for a football game here on a Saturday afternoon from Michigan.
Coach, what a great last 48 hours of the weekend last week for you guys. Winning the MIAA championship and then the selection show, of course. Walk us through those emotions during those 48 hours.
I mean, the winning the championship was a culmination. I mean, for the senior group, the fourth and fifth years of a lot of hard work, they put into it. And, having the one in the spring was nice with everything they went through last year. But hearing people tell you that's a fake one and it doesn't count, I think made this year a little bit more special. And then, I will never forget the night that we found out we're hosting and the emotions that the guys have. I don't know if you've seen the video on social media, but I mean, every time I watch it, it gives me goosebumps. And I was getting ready to drive back in the car because we were trading film, and you start just hammering out, okay, what do we do this week against an opponent you've never seen? And I think I sat in the driver's seat for like 10 minutes, like, wow, what the heck just happened? So that was maybe, and I've talked to a couple other coaches on staff, like it was one of the coolest moments to be a part of, just to see the excitement and hear the excitement, feel the excitement of our players.
Yeah, without a doubt, a very exciting moment. Your team, you called them last week. You said they're a resilient bunch. People that have not watched your team this year had that loss against Adrian, but since then you guys rebounded and played great football. Tell us a little bit about your football team and what do you like as the season has progressed?
Yeah, you hit it on the head. I think the thing I like the most is that we are a resilient bunch. I think they stick together when times aren't going well. Even in that Adrian game, we didn't play great football that night. I don't feel like our guys thought like, oh gosh, things are fractured. I think there was, what are our issues? Let's identify them, let's fix them, and let's move forward. And I think they do a really good job of fixing things as they move forward and battling through adversity and tough times. And I think we've done an awesome job as a team this year with guys stepping up and making the most of their opportunities when we need them to, with our depth, and we've had guys go down with injuries. So that's what I like the most. And then, you lose a couple fifth-year guys that were big parts of the team, and they've stayed locked in trying to be the best, role models, almost pseudo coaches, support group for the rest of the guys on the team, even though they know their career's done now. They're probably in a fairly dark spot because they're not able to perform and be a part of the stretch run. So I just like how tight knit the group is. And we continue to have good practices, even though our guys know, and the scout guys know that only 58 guys can dress for the game. So keeping those guys locked in was, you get a little worried, like, how's that going to look? But they've been awesome this week. So just a total team, man.
You had some major awards given out this week. Some people are going to see these players for the first time. Describe to us your defense or offensive player of the year in the MIAA, Justin Thomas. What are you going to see out of that young man when you watch him for the first time?
Justin Thomas is a special football player. All right. And you can try to take him out of a game plan where at one point in his career, I think he was an easier guy to take out, get X'd out of getting the football. And I think between some schematic changes and him becoming a better football player, more confident football player, that's hard to get him shut out now of a game. You know what I mean? He's going to make a play somehow. And his presence, even if he's not getting the ball 13 times in a game, his presence is a factor which helps the other receivers. He's been a great leader in that group. He's an exciting guy to watch. He plays with a lot of emotion and passion, but he uses and channels that most of the time in the right way. So that's what you'll see in Justin Thomas.
Last week when he made that catch to become the all-time leading yardage receiver and touchdown receiver in school history, you were the first one to give him a big hug on the sideline. What are some things you said to him?
Just I'm proud of him, man. It didn't take much. I just wanted to give him a big hug, and he's meant a lot to us in our program. I remember being in his dining room. Here's a funny story about Justin Thomas. Hey Justin, I'm coming to do a home visit. Kyle was already on our team, but him and Kyle had gotten in a fight, and things almost didn't work out in our favor. They got in an argument. but Justin, I'm going to be at your house at whatever 6:30, 7 o'clock to meet with you. All right. And then Justin's like, okay, great. I'm standing on the doorsteps, ringing the doorbell, knocking on the door. Justin had taken a nice siesta after school that day and didn't wake up, So he finally comes down. He's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," but I mean, like, he's one of those guys. He's like your own kid, where even if he makes you mad, he's got that ability to kind of make you laugh about it later on. So Justin's. I was just proud of him. It reminded me all of the things and. Even when he was younger in high school, coming to watch Kyle play, I'd always get in his ear like, "Hey, man, you're going to be coming here soon." And he was getting recruited pretty heavily other places, and then it came true. So it worked out for our favor.
On the other side of the ball, Mitch Aronson, Defensive Player of the Year in the MIAA. When you watch Mitch on film, what's going to stick out to people when they see him Saturday?
I talked to a couple coaches. What we think about Mitch is he's got a high motor. He plays hard. He's a big body. He plays physical, all those things. And then when you hear that from other coaching staffs, like, that guy's a factor in every game and how tough he is to play against, that's when it kind of solidifies what our thoughts are. You know what I mean? And not that you need other people to kind of give you self-gratification about how good a player is, but I think it's just a testament to Mitch when you hear schools that you play against, they had good years, say, that guy can stack up against anybody, and like, wow, is he going to get looks at the next level, all that kind of stuff. And if he does great, I don't know if that's even top of his mind right now, but he has played unbelievable football the last, his whole career for us, really. Even as a young scout kid, like when he was a deer on ice, like Bambi on ice, and like 215 pounds. He was great on the scout team for us his freshman year. The kid never took a snap, and then to see him have like over 30-something career sacks and all the things that he accomplished, and watching his mind frame change from like, shoot, I'm not getting TFLs and sacks, to just learning how to play the position properly, and then the stats come. You know what I mean? That's what you see in Mitch, and
sure,
great leader, hard worker, never have to worry about work ethic, attitude, any of that stuff.
Well, this is a Wisconsin lacrosse team that comes in on Saturday that is 8-2. But you look at those two losses, and wow, barely lost to Wisconsin Whitewater 13-7, number 3 in the country, and then of course Grand Valley they lost 45-21. So they're playing up a level, and they beat a team that you're very familiar with a week ago, Wisconsin Eau Claire 44-20. Matt Janis has his team playing extremely well. Not a real 8-2 team indicative, but are they?
No, they're a really good team that would stack up in most conferences in the country. In the Wisconsin conference is one of the best in the country. They beat the crap out of each other all year long, and they got a lot of respect from the committee and the national side of things. His team, they're going to play aggressive football. They're a physical football team. They're like a lot of the Wisconsin teams. It seems like all those. They go to a field in Wisconsin, they pick out a 6'4" linebacker, 6'3" linebacker who's 230 pounds. They're going to have a hard-hitting safety, some corners who can cover, and then 1 or 2 dudes on the edge that are going to put pressure. And it's like, they're just going to have those type of players, but they're explosive on offense. They got an elite receiver, kick returner, a good running back who plays really solid football. Has rushed for, I think, 117 yards a game. So, yeah, they're going to play physical football. We need to make sure that we do our part of not giving them extra opportunities, making sure that you can't give freebies in the playoffs. You got to play resilient. Things are going to not go your way. How do you recover from that? And weather's always, it's going to be cold weather. Fortunately, we've been playing in some fairly poor weather the last few weeks, so.
Yeah, it's an offense that they boast that is very balanced, 428 yards a game, 35 points. But you look at the yards rushing and the yards passing, virtually the same. The one stat that really steps out on you, though, is over 50% on third down conversions. What do you do to try and stem that tide on third down, get off the field?
Yeah, you need to get them behind schedule. All right, I think they do. They do. If you're in the 50% side of things on third down, it means you do a great job of staying ahead of schedule or on schedule as an offense. And so you got to keep them out of those third and short situations that they're good at winning. keep them in third and longer situations. You got to tackle the football. They do a great job. And like one of the things that we've been preaching this week and the defensive staff is like, we want to win with great pursuit. I'd rather see a guy run away from you than cut back against the grain and get another 15 yards because of bad angles and bad leverage. So we need to do a great job with leveraging the football and not allowing plays that are, 4 or 5 yard gains turn into 30 to 40 yard gains.
Yeah, Joey Stutzman, their leading ground carrier at 1,206 yards, 11 touchdowns. When you talk about pursuit, is he a guy that you're a little bit wary of? If you give him a cutback lane, he could be gone all the way.
Yeah, and it's not just him. Their backup running back, number 21, does a great job too as well. So, yeah, I think the big thing, we need to be disciplined and play in our gaps. I think we got to play aggressive on defense a little bit to, try to, I think any week you go in saying, hey, take away the run game, make a team one-dimensional and see what happens a little bit and tackle well. But, yes, he is a weapon. He's a threat. He's stout. He's a sturdy guy, even though he's not the tallest guy in the world. And he's got great vision. So we got to play our run fits very well and make sure that we tackle the ball to the ground.
On the defensive side, they boast Elijah Alt with 6 interceptions, but 70 tackles to lead the team for them. Also, Ryan Daines, who has 67 tackles. He is a wealth of tackles for loss at 14 and 5 sacks as well. So there's some dynamic playmakers on that defensive side. I know you've kind of shuffled the offensive line around lately. How do you account for their ability on the defensive side?
Discipline with our eyes and vision. You can never over communicate, in my opinion, based on what alignments you're seeing, understanding who we're working to. If it's a blitz down, if you get behind schedule, they're going to make sure they try to keep you behind schedule. It's a lot like any Wisconsin team we've ever played, that if they get you in 2nd and 10 or a little bit, or 2nd and 11, they want you in 3rd and 30. Okay. So we need to make sure that we're great with our eyes, that we're moving the ball on 1st, 2nd down and staying ahead of schedule, and being disciplined with the things and tendencies that we've seen on film to make sure we're getting bodies on bodies where they need to be. And our quarterback understands where pressures are coming from as well.
What has practice been like this week? You're in the playoffs. You're coming off a MIAA championship. Are guys excited? Or practice has been electric?
Yeah, practices have been really – and I think it's interesting the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you go Trine, Hope, Alma for the championship, big win with Trine here at home, go up to Hope. And then going into this, our guys have had a real business, like, focused mindset. Like, they're a confident bunch. I'm sure there's not many people in the country who are giving us a chance against Wisconsin lacrosse. But our guys are a confident bunch, and they go to practice, they go to work, they work hard. They improve throughout the week, because when you're in conference play, you have some tendencies and things that you just understand about each other. You go into a blind opponent that you haven't seen yet. Both teams kind of have an advantage in that way, right? You get 3 games from them. That's about all you see. And so you're trying to make decisions based off the last 3 weeks of the season. It might be teams that don't do a lot of what you do schematically. So you're trying to figure out how they'll fit things and piece things together against you. But our guys have done a great job throughout the week of understanding the game plan, getting better from Tuesday to Wednesday. And then today and tomorrow are big days that we got to finish the week up.
Coach, last question for you. A week ago, you had a giant smile on your face, rightfully so, winning the MIAA championship. What's one thing that you got to accomplish on Saturday to have that big, giant smile again?
Great tackling. All right. Playing with great leverage on defense, trying to create extra opportunities within the kicking game, winning on the special team side of things, and tackling their threat in the kicking game, not letting them beat us with a long return. We've seen them burn some teams with some field position on that. And then offensively, we can't give them extra opportunities. You know what I mean? We got to finish possessions with a kick, not give them the ball back, put our defense in bad situations. And then just on a more positive note is we got to move the ball and do what we've been doing the last 4 weeks since we've gotten Jack back and playing. And getting Kyle back on the perimeter a little bit, get the ball in space a little bit, and make guys miss. So that's kind of what we got to do. And then the last one is going with confidence and have fun. I like being an underdog. I like being the team that, we might be the host, but we see what people write and see what people project and things like that. And we're okay with that. We have an opportunity to do something we haven't done in 25 years at Albion. That's host a playoff game. That's a huge testament to what our kids accomplished and our administration for putting in to host one. And number two, we have something, the opportunity to do something else that we haven't done in a while, and that's win a playoff game. And it's always nice to be home at this time of year and in a familiar surroundings. And I'm hoping to see a great crowd and a great atmosphere and us play some really good football going into Saturday.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for your time, and good luck to you on Saturday. Coach Dustin Buer, Albion College. Thanks so much, Coach, and go get them.
Appreciate it, Miles. Thanks a lot.
We're pregame here for the NCAA football game this afternoon, where we're going to have the Albion Brits playing those guys from Wisconsin lacrosse. And I've got the Wisconsin lacrosse head football coach on with me right now, Matthew Janis. Matt, good to have you with us this afternoon.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. Looking forward to talking with you guys.
Hey, you know what? First of all, congratulations to you and all your coaches and your team on just a spectacular season.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's really special. It's been a great year with a great group of coaches and a great group of kids. So really excited for them, and obviously I think for everybody involved in the last 32 teams and left in Division III now is pretty exciting moment, pretty special moment for all programs involved.
Yeah, no, it is. This is technically your first season, okay, even though it's your second season, because you had to live through that entire COVID experience. Tell me about that one. How was it to be a brand new head coach and not be able to play football?
Yeah, it was pretty wild. It was we were actually slated to do an overseas trip, and we were supposed to go to Europe basically right when kind of the world shut down. So, that was really like the first order of business was, kind of trying to get that trip reimbursed to everybody. And then obviously the shutdown and then having to go through, that whole summer of, are we going to play? Or are we not going to play? So pretty wild. But I've had some really good guys around me. I got a really good staff that has helped me through, everything along the way. And then we got really, really good players and great kids that believed in everything that our university is about and believed in everything that this football program was about, and just were resilient throughout the whole last year.
You guys your conference decided not to play. The MIAA left it up to the teams, and we had a very abbreviated schedule. Do you feel like you're better off not having played, or would you have liked to play 3 or 4 games last spring like we did?
As a coach, yeah, we would have liked to play. I mean, obviously, I think we knew that, pretty early. So I guess I haven't even thought about that. We knew other schools were playing, especially, I think for around us, like the American Rivers Conference was playing some spring games. Would have sure liked to, but our administration, our campus did a great job, and we were able to practice all spring, and we were able to get some fall practices in. So we were able to get looks at our team and be able to develop with our guys. So I'm appreciative of that. Would I have liked games? Without a doubt, but really appreciative that we were able to get our guys on the field. And I think I want to say we had like 20 something, full padded practices. So to have that in spring, we're Division III, you're not really used to that, was just great.
Yeah. Now, you are in one of the toughest conferences, if not the toughest conference in the entire United States. You're familiar with it. You were the defensive coordinator for these guys before you took over as head coach, and you played in this conference before. For anybody that can't understand what it's like to play in the WIAC, explain it to us a little bit. There's 3 teams in your conference right now in the top 25 in this crazy thing.
Yeah, it's like for me personally, it's like my passion. Like I love this league. I'm just biased towards it. I think like there's no better place in the fall than in the state of Wisconsin playing a league game. I just think the rivalries that we have between schools, and obviously being part of the UW system and those rivalries, and with a lot of guys from the state of Wisconsin, so they have buddies on certain teams, and they know who they're going against, and just the overall play. Every week, no matter who's on our schedule, it's just going to be a battle. And we found that out again throughout this year that every week we show up, we're going to get everybody's best shot. And the coaches that we have in this league do a great job of getting their guys ready every single week.
Yeah, we get lucky over here in the MIAA to get a chance to play guys your teams out of your conference on a regular basis. We played Eau Claire this year, and so we have a kind of a common foe here this year. And I'm always impressed whenever one of your teams come over, because whether they're on the bottom of the conference, and fortunately we don't have to play the top of the conference all that often, they're always well prepared, they're always well coached, and there are always some talented athletes.
Yeah, and without a doubt, and obviously, you guys, Albion did a great job in the Eau Claire game and had a great game plan for them. So, we know that they've seen, kind of what our conference has. So we know we're going to get a good game, but that's how it is now. Every game from here on out, there's good teams that won 8, 9 games, 10 games. It's just, like I said, I'm just really excited to be a part of the playoffs and get going here. You
guys have been out of the playoffs for a while. That's got to make it extra special for you, I think.
Yeah, it has. And we've been kind of like hanging on, trying to get that, kind of at-large bid for the last couple of years. We've had a 8-2. We've gone some 7-3s where, we've been kind of able to, in years past, at least, being in the hunt for it. We've watched the selection show in years past and our names weren't called. So, just kind of looking back on it and just really like the last, I think like Sunday, Monday was just kind of a whirlwind of just trying to, hey, we got to get guys to get an 8-hour trip, really 7 hours, but 8 hours with the time difference. And, we're trying to do all the travel plans and we're kind of running around with like chickens with our heads cut off. And we finally, it's like we got to practice on Monday and, man, what a special moment. And just to be able to enjoy that, the fact that we're still practicing and we're still playing football was just really special. And then, being back in the playoffs is just, such a moment for not just our players, not just our coaches, but for our city and for our alumni.
You played at Platteville back in your day. And I think the last time that this team was actually in the tournament was about that same time you were playing at Platteville, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably. It's a long time ago.
Trust me, Coach, it gets longer and it goes faster as you go. How's that, huh?
Okay.
So tell me a little bit about this year. You guys played Whitewater extremely tough. I mean, a 14-7 game at Whitewater. What went on that day? What was there still a chance, or at the very end where you had an opportunity to win, I believe? That's got to be a tough place to play.
Yeah, it was. And, for us, we knew it was going to be a really good game between two really good teams, and it was going to be a really physical game. And that's just what it proved to be. And, on our end, I think, hey, we had the ball at the 18-yard line in a chance for 2 plays, and we got 2 shots at the end zone. Unfortunately for us, they made a play and we didn't. But with the conference championship on the line, with the automatic qualifier on the line, what else could you want? I mean, that's how it is, right? And unfortunately, and what sucks, it didn't bounce our way. It bounced their way. But in terms of that game, it was physical. It was like I said, 2 really good teams, and the bounce just didn't go our way.
You're a defensive coach. From everything I read and see, you always have a strong defense. Let's talk about that defense a little bit. What do we expect out of that defense when we see them here in Albion this weekend?
Well, yeah, we're a 4-3, quarters-based defense. We mix in a little Tampa, and then we try to mix in a little bit of some pressure package here. I look at this Saturday. I mean, we're gonna have our hands full on defense. This is really an explosive offense. This is not just number one. I mean, number one's a great player, great wide receiver. You're talking about a guy that's gone over, 1,000 receiving yards on the season. I mean, that's just impressive alone. He's a great receiver, but you can't kick all your coverage to him, because then number 5, number 6, number 3, they're going to make you pay just as much. And then, hey, if you just want to play coverage, guess what? We're going to run the ball with 4 and 25. And you got a quarterback that's accurate. They're running their RPO base. They got good routes that they tag on to, depending on what they see from a coverage standpoint. So they're really well coached on offense. So, on the defense side of the ball, I mean, we're going to have our hands full, and really it kind of comes at times it's like pick your poison, really, and try to, and Coach Whitehead, our defense coordinator, he's going to have to be really good. He's going to have to call his best game this year in order to put our guys in a position to be successful.
You've got some pretty talented young fellows on that defensive side of the ball. The one that steps out initially, one of the couple, okay, Elijah Alt with 6 interceptions on the year. That fellow's doing something right.
Yeah, no, he has. He's had a great and played, not only just from the interception standpoint, but playing a really, physical brand of football. We asked that position, that's our boundary safety position. We asked a lot of that position in our defense. And Eli's a guy, that's been in our program now for 3 years. Played, as a freshman, as a sophomore, he was a backup. He was in our, kind of more of our nickel package. And then to see him now, we had some players graduate. Now to see him just take that position and go with it, it's been really fun to watch him. Gosh, is he a great kid? It's just fun to coach him. He's just, you tell him one thing and he gets it corrected, and you never have to tell him that thing ever again. So I'm just pumped for the season that he's been having.
You guys have the ability to get some pressure on a quarterback. I'm looking at that, and several of your guys, multiple tackles for loss, multiple sacks this year. Tell me a little bit about those guys.
Yeah, we take a lot of pride in our front four, and it's an extremely important position for us defensively, and being able to get pressure in the backfield, being able to get pressure on quarterbacks, TFLs, whatever the case may be, and we play a lot of guys. To be honest with you, we play. We have our starting group, but then we also have a 2-base defensive line. We play about 8 to 10 guys up front, where we're constantly rotating, trying to keep guys fresh, but also try to use the strengths of that whole position group from top to bottom.
I got a couple names for you. Let's drop a couple. How's that? Ryan Daines. That young fellow looks like somebody I'm going to call quite a bit this weekend.
Yeah, he's having a great year. He's got to have a great game against these guys, especially with what they're doing in the run game. But Ryan's had a great season for us. His first year, he's taken over as the starter. A lot of excitement for him when he came out of high school. He's about. We knew we were getting what we were trying to envision with our Sam position, where we needed a guy that was a little bit longer, a little bit bigger. And Ryan's about 6'2", 6'3", and he's got really, really long arms. And that's kind of the prototype of what we were looking at for that position. And coming out of high school, he's a little bit undersized. Weight-wise, he's about 200, somewhere in that. And over the last year and a half, and sometimes you try to look for, some of the benefits of having a year off, and Ryan was able to use that to his advantage. And Ryan put on about 20 pounds of muscle, and he looks just like our other middle linebacker, Rusty. They look identical at times in terms of the size of what they're bringing. So he's had a great year. He's really gotten in the backfield quite a bit, whether it's through pressure, whether it's just through, just block destruction, get in the backfield. Had a big game last week, was our player of the week for our conference last week. So just excited about what he brings to that Sam position.
The Rusty, you're talking about Rusty Murphy. I thought that was a classic name for a linebacker.
Isn't it? Yeah. I mean, he's the heart and soul of our defense. He is, and he has been. He's a 2-time first-team All-WIAC player. Anytime our teams needed to play, he's come through on the defense side of the ball. He's got two walk-off touchdown recovery or fumble recoveries for touchdowns. He's got, the sacks, the TFLs, whatever the case may be. He is the heart and soul of our defense.
All right, let's flip it to the other side of the ball. I know you're a defensive guy, but you got to score some points every now and then too. It looks like you got a pretty good quarterback back there in the Jacob Parks.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, Jacob transferred to us, over the summer, and he's taken the reins of our starting quarterback. Gosh, he's just he's mature. He's a grad transfer, so he's much more mature. He's 24 years old. We call him the old guy of the team here. No, he's got just confidence in everything that he does, and he's got tremendous poise in the pocket. The arm strength's there. His ability to extend plays. He's not going to run for 1,000 yards. He might not even run for 10 yards, but he's got great pocket awareness, and he knows how to extend plays with his legs. He feels the pressure, and then he's able to get out, and he doesn't just tuck and run right away. He's going to look downfield. He's going to look for our receivers to get in their scramble rules, and so he's just been a great addition to our team.
Your offense looks like it's really well balanced. I mean, almost the same amount of yards rushing and passing this year. And it looks like you've got one primary runner, but you've got several wide receivers.
Yeah, and that's really been our team this year. I mean, you look at some of the games that we've had successes in offense, we're pretty much split right down the middle. Whether it's passes to runs or whether it's passing yards to running yards, we're really just right down the middle. Our offense coordinator, Coach McGuire, does a great job in his game plan. We're pretty RPO based as well. So, sometimes it depends on a week to week basis of what we're seeing in the box or what we're seeing coverage wise. But yeah, I think our offense starts with Joey Stutzman, and that's a tough nose. He's not the biggest kid in the world, but he sure is just a football player. Loves being around the game, loves being at practice, loves being with his teammates. Like, just football is his passion. So he's really our lead horse at running back. And then, Brant Bowman's another guy who's kind of stepped on up into the role this year. Has done a phenomenal job and some backup kind of relief carries from there. And then wide receiver wise, we feel with Jake Simonchek, we got one of the best in the country. There's a guy who's again, not very big, but is he shifty? Is he explosive? And he, thing I always say about Jake, he makes the first guy miss every time, it feels like. And, he just got that kind of stop and go direction with it. And then, we have a great receiving core with Cam Sorensen on the outside, is much more of a bigger threat, 6'3", 6'4", long arm there. And then Jack Studer, who we feel always is going up into the ball. He had some injuries earlier in the year. And now he's kind of back into the rhythm. And then, everybody else got to step up, whether it's been Matthijs Enters, Ryan Bartle, Ryan Byrne. And when we've called on certain guys and kind of the second guys in that receiving corps, they've stepped up.
It sure looks that way, Coach. And I'll tell you what, it's been a fantastic year for you guys to be second overall in that conference and to get that pick. You felt like you're going to get it this year. Did you think that our at-large conference bid was coming your way or not?
We certainly felt like that. We felt like we had the resume, and obviously, we played, a couple, another loss we had was to Grand Valley State. And, we played another kind of out of Division III game, but we felt we had the resume. But, when you don't control your own destiny, when you don't win the conference, when you don't get the automatic qualifier, it's always a little, nerve wracking, and you don't know, because there's other good teams in the country and other good teams that, just unfortunately didn't get in this year because of the way the Division III playoff system works. So I think there was always kind of some nerves to it. Felt like we were good enough. Felt like we did enough. But again, when it's not the automatic, when it's not in your hands, it's always a little worrisome.
No doubt. Coach, is the young fella Jacob Parks, is he doing okay? I know he missed last week. Is he back and healthy again this week?
Yep, he's gonna be back and healthy. He had he got hit pretty good, and just as kind of a precautionary thing, kind of a strained ligament in the neck, and so he was just like, we needed pretty much one more day with him. If we played on Sunday, he would have been good, and it was just not like he was kind of just getting cleared, so we just kind of held him out, more of a kind of a safety precaution to his own body. But he was back in practice Monday, back throwing the ball around.
That sounds good. For all the Eagles fans out there today, Coach, what's it going to take for you guys to get the W?
Well, one, I mean, you look at our defense, we kind of talked about earlier, we got to somehow find a way to contain number one. And that's that's easier said than done. I mean, when I mean contain, we got to find a way for him to have 7 catches and 61 yards, not 7 catches, 140 yards with 2 touchdowns. Like that's what I mean with contain, and be able to stop that and be able to stop him. And then obviously, and then on the offense side of the ball, you got to be able to establish the run. We got to be able to establish our run game, get our run game going. And again, same thing, that's easier said than done. I mean, 91 is what, 6'5", 270 something pounds. I mean, that, 35, I look at 2 and the way 2 runs. I mean, we're going to, we got to be able to find some way, somehow, be able to establish a run game to keep that thing moving forward.
Well, it should be a wonderful afternoon of football in Albion, and we wish you the best of luck, and we're looking forward to seeing you here this weekend, Coach.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. Football is coming your way here as we're going to do the NCAA game this afternoon between the Brits and the Eagles here on the NCAA Football Network here on a Saturday afternoon. Good to have you along. Coach Janice, thank you for your time, and good luck this afternoon.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Albion, Jim Funderburg, along with Miles Holliday on this afternoon as the Eagles from University of Wisconsin La Crosse at 8-2 on the season take on the Britons from the MIAA at 9-1 this afternoon, and I'll tell you what, a couple of young coaches, but I think those two guys both have a nice long career ahead of them, Miles.
We were talking off air between the two of us, both guys, the passion for what they do just jumps off the screen at you. And I think both coaches they said, hey, we can't pay you this year, but would you still do it? You still love to do it? They'd probably say yes, because you just see the enthusiasm they have for their jobs.
They really do, no doubt about that. Let's get into some more business here right now. The last time that the Britons were in the NCAAs was 2015. They took on a Wabash team on a snowy afternoon. It was a great snow battle. They went down to Wabash to play the Little Giants, and there was about 6 to 8 inches of snow on the ground when they kicked off that game, and it stayed there and got bigger and bigger. And then at halftime, when the Brits were up 7-6, here comes all the snow removal gear out, and the next thing you know, everything was clear. And there's a fellow named Mason Zurich that carried for 312 yards that afternoon to lead the Wabash Little Giants over the Britons on that afternoon. Britons are 5-9 in the NCAA play. Their last time that they won the NCAA championship was 1995. They've been in it 78, 86, 91, 93, 94, 98, 05, 11, 13, and 15. How's that? And the last time that the Eagles were in was 2006. They played Bethel and won in the opening round 28-21. John Schumann was 15 for 27 that afternoon for 213 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jason Wagner, Mike Schmidt both had rushing touchdowns. They would bow out of the tournament the next weekend when they lost to Whitewater 35-16. And then Whitewater would eventually lose to Mount Union in the eventual championship that year. Game is about ready to get going. We're heading down to the field for the national anthem here. You're in Albion, Michigan. We're getting ready for the opening round of the NCAA football in 2021 between the Brits and the Eagles.
We appreciate your cooperation in creating a safe and positive game environment. Respect. It's the name of the game.
And we're waiting here, as you can hear the wind, Miles, this afternoon. It's going to be kind of a windy contest this afternoon. The last couple times we've been here, it has not been as windy necessarily as it is this afternoon. What did your fancy gauge tell you this afternoon?
Yeah, we're at 32 degrees, but the wind is kicking up about 6 to 8 miles an hour right now, so it could be a factor. It's gone from 0 wind factor to all of a sudden it picks up with a big gust. So coaches are going to have to figure out if they're going to kick field goals, what direction they want to go.
You can hear it. All the tailgating is done this afternoon, and it's time to get down to business here, Mr. Miles Holliday. You know, both these teams, when you make it this far, you've got some players that have some postseason awards coming their way. For the MIAA, they announced their first team and second team. And congrats this year to Justin Thomas and Mitch Aronson, both the offensive and defensive player of the year in the conference.
Yeah, well-deserved awards, right? More electrifying receiver in the MIAA than Justin Thomas? Absolutely not. He's electric every time he has the ball in his hands, and Big Mitch Aronson just destroyed offenses this year with 17 tackles for loss and 10 sacks. He is a force.
No doubt about that. And on the other side, the WIAC released their team as first team and second team as well. And Jake Semenkak this afternoon was their special teams player of the year. And boy, I'll tell you what, there's a guy I'm sure we're going to call his number a lot this afternoon.
Yeah, had a return on a punt and a return on a kickoff for touchdowns this year. So he's a guy you have to be aware of on special teams.
In fact, the one that he took back against Plattsville went for 100 yards. So we've got a couple of guys because Brandon Teal for the Brits took 198 this year. You think that's going to play a factor this afternoon, special teams at a game like this one?
Always is a factor, right? You always have to have good special teams, especially in the playoffs. How many times have you watched football in the playoffs over time and a team does not take care of the P's and Q's correctly on special teams and it costs them a win? So those long snappers, you want them to remain anonymous. You don't want to learn a long snapper's name because it means they're getting the snaps down correctly.
No doubt about that. Also, Joey Stutzman was the number one running back in the conference on the first team this year. Semenkak, as we said, was also named first team as a wide receiver. And Mark Bertoya was the offensive line first team unit this year for the Eagles. Also on the first team for the Brits, Jack Bush, Jarrett Nicewander, Jeremiah Major, and John Wester. Four names that we called quite a bit as we did the bowl games this year.
Yeah, Jeremiah Major continues that tradition, right? Seemingly every year you have a linebacker from Albion that's first team. So it keeps that, takes it over from Slade, and the next guy is going to roll in after Jeremiah Major, but Major's got another year, of course, trying to be a two-time All-NCAA player.
And then on the defensive side for the Eagles, Ryan Gengler, the senior defensive lineman out of Delavan, Wisconsin, Rusty Murphy. That's one of those classic names for a linebacker in college football. Don't you think, Rusty Murphy?
Yeah, Rusty. Can I call you Rusty? Yeah, you can call him a tough dude. He can deliver a world of pain. 50 tackles on the year, and he is a physical force.
And Elijah Eli Alt, the senior defensive back who just seemed to find the football this year.
How weird is this, right? Leads the team in tackles at 70, has 6 of the 12 interceptions on the football team, and also has broke up 8 pass defense. So he is a guy that is really good at open field tackles, makes plays on the ball, big play type of player. And oh, by the way, he's not afraid to put his nose inside the box and make tackles at the line of scrimmage.
No doubt about that. Let's see if we can go down and listen to the coin toss here as we get ready for the football game. The captains are in center field. And all of them shaking hands. And one thing that I've noticed here, a pretty decent contingent out of Wisconsin here today. And I'm not sure whether the official has turned his mic on yet or not. Do we have anything over there? Doesn't seem like that. So we'll just kind of watch that as we continue to talk. Good contingent of fans that are coming in. But if we've got some Wisconsin fans out there watching today, and I'm sure that we do, welcome in, along with all of the Michigan Brits fans that we have along with us on a Saturday afternoon. Coin in the air. Wisconsin got to call it. And let's see what happened with the result of that.
Wisconsin lacrosse has won the toss and will defer. All correct? Okay. Which direction do you...
Crew this afternoon, for what we're understanding, out of the OAC, which is a pretty solid conference in the state of Ohio.
At this end, shake hands, guys.
It's an all-star crew, so guys from all kinds of crews getting together, and they've been selected. Usually you're an all-star because someone thinks you did a really good job officiating, and you get rewarded with a playoff game. And Jim, you talked about the group of individuals from Wisconsin sitting on the far side over there in the stands. Those people know what they're doing when it comes to playoff football. Look at how they're dressed.
Yeah.
Those Wisconsin people, they know cold weather. There's not a lot of people over there in shorts and short sleeves, that's for sure.
You know, some of the Wisconsin players, when they came out here this afternoon or this morning, when they started to warm up, were out there in their short sleeves. But they went to the long sleeves rather quickly as they realized were kind of chilly out there today. Most guys wearing some sort of an undershirt with some long sleeves as they're getting ready to play. And the Britons will send Brendan Teal back to return this kick as he stands back on about the 2-yard line waiting for the the kickoff this afternoon.
Now, Lacrosse will be kicking with the wind, so this might travel all the way into the end zone. And it's playoff football time. It's crisp. It's cold. It's November. Jim, where else would you rather be than right here, right now?
Bonus football is like bonus golf there, Miles, is the way I look at it. Anything that you get to play in November is always a plus. And when you get an extra week for a football team in November, by gum, that gets to be extremely good at that point in time. Ryan Byrne will be kicking off here. A very good field goal kicker on the season. He's 9 for 13, actually 7 for 8 for anything under 40 yards, a long of 48, and he will kick this ball. And I'm sure that the Brits would like to get a return, because that has been a big part of their game. Good starting field position with a decent return has always been a good starting position for the Albion Britons, who are in their all purple with the gold today. The Eagles in their white with the red and dark trim, silver helmets, and we're ready to play football. NCAA Extra Football is about to be underway here in Albion, Michigan on a Saturday afternoon. Good to have you with us. 60 minutes of fun. This kick will be returned down at about the 5-yard line, to the 10, to the 15, a couple of blocks, out to the 20, and that will be where the Brits take over first down and 10 this afternoon.
It looks like Eric Leisinger, the senior
down at about
from
the
Menominee
5-yard
Falls,
line,
is down there to make
to the 10, to the 15, a couple of blocks,
You're going to see him show
out
up right
to the
there along with
20,
number 5,
and that
Elijah
will be
Alt, running down. How about that guy? Elijah Alt already making a statement on the opening kickoff.
On that defensive side, it'll be Murphy, Alt, Helland, Duco, Brower, Spicala, Anderson, Lang, Gengler, Danes, and Dershner will start up, and the Britons will start as they always do, with Jack Bush under control. Jake Clark will be to his left, and the Brits will open up with double wide receivers on both sides. That would be interesting to see how they're going to play this ball game this afternoon. They'll go to the run. Jacob Clark will be pulled down after a loss of a yard or two, as there was no place to go around the right end.
Yeah, Rusty Murphy, number 4, shows up right away. You see the flowing locks out of the back of his helmet. He saw that inside handoff and flew outside in a hurry. Nobody could get to him. Big tackle for loss to get this Lacrosse defense started.
Murphy and Danes, those two big linebackers that just pursue all over the place there for the Eagles on a Saturday afternoon. And second down now and 14 for the Brits as they'll go to the air. And that one gets knocked down, incomplete, as Jack Bush stood in the pocket. And I don't see who got the big mid on that, but maybe we'll be able to tell in the replay here.
And Josh Dorsher, 6'5", 265, uses his big paw to knock that one down. Great move, right? Your quarterback sets up in a hurry. You can't get to him. Get your eyes up. Get your hands up. Wave it like you just don't care. Knock it out of the air.
Third down and 14, and you can bet that the Eagles will be coming on this one. Both the two ends on the right side standing up, and we've got a little offsides. No, a procedure call will go against the Britons, as the A.J. Spicala made a move towards the inside.
Offense, number 68, 5-yard penalty, third down.
And the Britons flinch, and because of that, it's going to be third down now and forever.
Yeah, Derek Crawley just kind of inched back a little bit, saw the inside backer blitz coming.
Well, you know, it's got to be tough. The very first series, you got those butterflies that are about as big as eagles here floating around in your belly.
Bunch to the left.
Bush will roll, throw, sidearm, and this one gets knocked down as well, and it's A.J. Spicala again.
Yeah, watch Spicala. He is spying the quarterback. So when the quarterback leaves the pocket, Bush, he comes up and he's going to deliver a hit, but Bush throws it, gets a hand up, knocks it down. Two passes already defensed by getting the hand in the passing lane. Well-schooled Lacrosse defense.
So the Britons had it for 3 downs, and they lost about 10 yards, and they'll have to punt this away from inside their end zone. And standing back to catch this, Jake Semenkak. A nice, solid kick, and Semenkak comes up for the fair catch at the 49-yard line, and he will make the catch, and that's where the Eagles will take over for their first offensive series of the afternoon.
Well, Albion, their first offensive series, 2 throws and 1 run that goes backwards. You wonder if they're going to really miss Philip Jones-Price today, who's not going to play. Number 4, not in the lineup today, not dressed, nursing an injury that they waited till yesterday to figure out if he could work the shoulder, get himself healthy enough to play, just not in the card. So it's going to be Clark that's going to get most of the carries for them. I wonder if that's really going to affect their play call selection.
Jacob Parks, the quarterback, and he's in the backfield with Joey Stutzman, the running back, and the big fellow, Will Johnston, the tight end that lines up as an H-back, and they'll go to that running game right away, and a nice pickup of about 7 yards on that first carry.
You're going to see the quickness right away of Stutzman. Watch his feet. He's got a little giddy up and go in him, doesn't he? A little shuffle, then get vertical. He is a tough guy to find at 5'7", 200 pounds. Kind of reminiscent of, how about this one, Jamie Morris from Michigan back in the day.
Yeah.
Same type of body type.
That'll take you back a couple of years, no doubt. Just underway, first drive here for the Eagles as they send a man in motion. They'll come around the left side with Stutzman again, and a late hit out of bounds will not be called, but Jeremiah Major making the stop, but not before Stutzman gets the first down around the 31-yard line.
One thing is evident right away, his ability to go into a hole, get the linebacker to flash, and then bounce it out real quick. His feet are electric.
Jack Stutter and Simonkak over on our side right now, 28 and or 22 and 20. And a single wide receiver to the top. Parks will drop and look to throw. Here comes the pressure, but he dumps it off to Simonkak on the flats, and he will actually find the problem with the turf down around the 17-yard line and tumble down without anybody stopping him. But a nice little throw underneath that zone defense.
And a wheel route to the top side and then run the under right there, and he's going to beat Khalil Brown across the field. And good thing for Albion, the turf monster rose up and stuck him to the ground, or else it might have been a touchdown.
Parks is senior. He's thrown for 1,821 yards this year, only 4 interceptions through 10 games. Well, in fact, 9, because he did not play in that game against Eau Claire last week. Throws it out into the flats. It's complete to Stoltenberg, and Stoltenberg will be close to the goal line, step out of bounds at the 1-yard line.
This is an RPO, fake inside, and you got one-on-one outside, but the safety's playing off, so go ahead and take the inside slot, and watch the quickness. That's something that has been evident early in this first drive, how quick this lacrosse offense is.
Well, you do know that they have the ability to play a little football. They're in the WIAC after all, and those guys, that's a big boy league up there, no doubt about it. MIAA, solid conference as well, but 3 teams in the WIAC that are ranked in the top 25 at the end of the year. Go to that straight power eye look right now, and they're going to throw the ball into the corner. No, and they took his eyes off the ball. That was Cameron Sorensen, who had an easy touchdown.
Yeah, you got to wonder if Sorensen just didn't get his eyes turned around quickly enough. The ball was on top of him in a hurry. Looks like it might have got lost in the interior wash of the middle of the field. That was on him in a hurry, couldn't make the catch.
Wester on coverage out there, but boy, I'll tell you what, he gave him an outside move and cut it inside, and he was wide open.
And that's Will Johnson, number 80. That's the up back. This looks like it's going to be power run to the strong side.
They like to use that tight end as an H-back, and they'll throw this one again, and this time it's caught for a touchdown. Go right back to Sorensen and let him redeem himself, and he did exactly that.
Well, see what the problem was. The first attempt was just too easy.
Yeah, no doubt.
This time it's combat catch, and he takes it away from John Wester Jr. That's a good battle right there, and I tell you what, number 18, Cam Sorensen, he is a dude. When you're walking out in the field watching him warm up, he's definitely a guy that stands out in the crowd.
So Byrne will make the extra point attempt here as we're just underway in this football game, and the extra point is perfect. So it's 7-0 right now with the Eagles as they take the football on a short field, move it 48 yards with 6 plays, and the touchdown pass from the 1-yard line.
The thing that was really impressive, not just the quickness of the lacrosse skill position players, but the offensive line did a really good job of handling Albion's formidable front 5 guys. You didn't mention any of them on that opening drive because the offensive line was getting a hat on a hat.
Well, you've got a situation right now. It's the opening drive. Everybody's got the butterflies. I think Wisconsin lacrosse has been in these bigger games maybe a few more times than what the Britons have been throughout the season. Now the butterflies ought to be gone. You've had the ball one time. You've been on defense one time. You should be back and ready to play some football right now. It'll be interesting to see how the Brits offense now responds after really kind of a sluggish first series of downs.
Well, he stayed on schedule, right? Stutzman getting them 6 yards on first down, making it easy in life. Anytime you're running the football always travels well, especially in cold weather.
No doubt about that. Teal again back on the 1-yard line as he waits the kick. They need a little spark, I think. Right now, what would be really good for the Britons at this point in time would be to have Brendan Teal take this thing and deposit it around midfield and give that offense a little bit of a spark. They're going to kick it to him. He'll come up and pick it up at about the 9-yard line. Works the middle of the field. He's got some blockers. Cuts it out to the sideline. Steps over one. Stiff arms at the 35 and steps out of bounds at about the 37-yard line, and that maybe will give the Brits a little bit of offensive spark.
Yeah, Jake Skara does a good job of holding himself outside. He's got outside container responsibility. He's going to make the tackle. You called it, partner. You said they needed a good return to get this offense going. So what do? You draw up the right return. Good blocking right there. Almost tackled right, but you see Skara right there. Just enough to push him out of bounds.
Britons come back with triples to the top. Let's see if they try to get Justin Thomas involved in this ball game here real quick. Clark again in the backfield for the Brits. First down and 10. They'll fake the run. They'll throw it up the sideline, and it skips. And again, good pressure and a good push on that defensive front. Look at that. Hand in the air.
Yeah, it's going to be Gadrawa Rawal. That is one tough name. Number 98 getting his hands up in the air automatically. Anytime that Albion is throwing, they're having to throw around hands in the vision of Jack Bush.
Gertog Graywall is how they said
that
one.
You
How's
saying
that?
that
You
one
like
better,
that one? Yeah, that was a tough one. I had to work on that one all week long. Second down and 10 there for the Brits, whose offense has really not gotten off to a good start here on this Saturday afternoon. Here comes the heat. Bush has this one knocked down as he throws forward. They'll get up and try to go after it, but Rusty Murphy did a great job getting inside and knocking that ball down again. And
that's the old Crosse blitz right there. Christian Miller takes the second one to center, makes the wrong selection, so Rusty Miller runs right by him. That's the Crosse blitz that Dick LeBeau for the Pittsburgh Steelers made famous in football.
Gee, how would you know that? Steeler fan in the booth with me if you don't understand that at this point in time. Third down and 10 right now, and they're going to have to pick that blitz up. Again, Jake Clark, who was in the backfield, is going to have to line him up and knock him down if he comes through this time, and he does. Gets the pass off. That's to Justin Thomas. Out around midfield. Thomas will have the catch on the first down.
Yeah, Kate Osborne's going to knock him out, but too big of a cushion right on third down. I know you're playing an all-league receiver, but you got to come up and stop him at the sticks. They bring the blitz again. Same crossed-up blitz. That time Albion picked it up.
Brits now with doubles on this side. Singles up top. Again, single running back in the backfield as Bush calls out the signals and goes back to the ground. And before everything gets started, we have a whistle on the field and a flag on the ground at the midfield stripe.
I think they're going to get Jared Nicewander to left tackle, number 70, leaning back a little bit. You got to like the game plan early by Brian Whitehead.
Number 6, 5-yard penalty. First down.
Brandon Teal, the outside receiver, gets it. But the game plan of Brian Whitehead, defensive coordinator for Crosse, bring the heat, right?
Yeah.
They've been effective so far.
Thomas goes in motions and sets in the flat at the top of your screen. Looks like they've got some pressure coming from the left side. They'll throw it to Thomas. He gets a block, cuts back out to the sideline. He's got some room to run. 45-yard line and out of bounds in front of that Eagles bench.
Well, how about Kyle Thomas doing his best Barry Sanders impersonation right here? Watch the quick screen outside. They're going to bring heat. What do you got to do? You got to throw it quickly outside. Jack Bush gets it out. Watch the ability to stop right there and then get back outside. Ankle breaking, Kyle Thomas.
Got the penalty back plus a few. Second down now at about 7 for the Britons as they maybe are starting to find their way and find their pace. Oh, a big hit, but a good connection there out in that flat again to Thomas.
How about the flex of Kate Osborne? Kate Osborne gets up and flexes to a sideline. Fellas, that's how you deliver a hit. Face mask on face mask. Ouch. Kyle Thomas, how you feel?
Third down and 3 for the Britons here. Now in Eagles territory at the 42-yard line. And a good job by Kyle Thomas to be able to hang on to that football because that was a slobber knocker, as they used to say in the day, right?
Slobber knocker, I like it.
Third down and 3 for the Britons. Clark again in the backfield. Nope. They'll throw it out to Thomas in the flat. and Justin runs into some congestion out here and will not get the first down. In fact, just gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that will set up a very interesting conversation, I would think, with the offensive coaches with the Britons. Fourth down now and a couple, and I got to believe with 9:48 to play here in this first quarter, you'd go for it, wouldn't you think?
I think so, but yep, they're going to stay on the field with the offense. Go for it. Max Bauer, the pride of Woodlands, Texas. Do they love football in Texas? Max Bauer does. He delivers a world of hit, a Texas-size hit.
Fourth down now and call it 3 for the Britons. They've got to get right down to the 40-yard line, and the ball just on this side of the 42.
Bringing some heat from the weak side.
Empty set in the backfield. They're going to throw this one again. It gets tipped in the air and will be knocked down, incomplete, and the ball will go back over to Stevens Point.
I think it's A.J. Spachala, number 38, that gets in there. You're going to see to the near side, overloading this side. Bush knows he's going to have to get rid of it in a hurry. He does. Unfortunately for Albion, just another hand. I think it hit the back of one of his linemen's helmets.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I think it hit Roskop's helmet, number 64, the right guard. Jack Bush had the route that he wanted. It was going to be a completion, but another deflection has cost this Albion offense.
Well, maybe he's going to settle down just a little bit after a couple series. He gets the speed down of this blitz and this rush coming from the Eagles. And Crosse with the football again as they'll turn, and they'll hand that football again to number 6, Joey Stutzman. Stutzman will find about 5 yards, and every run from Stutzman so far has gotten him a half a dozen or so.
He's got really good vision. He's tough to find, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
At times kind of a little bit of a draw look to entice the Albion defensive line to get upfield, and this lets Stutzman pick his hole.
Well, the Brits defensive line now talking to one another. Second down now and about 4 for the Eagles.
Number 51, Dwayne Leggett, in at nose tackle for Albion. He's a guy that loves to live in the backfield of his opponent.
Fake the handoff, and they'll throw down the sideline, and this one will be broken up along the sideline. Intended receiver was Jake Simonkak, and a good job by the Brits defense to be able to stay in front of that football.
Yeah, it's Ricky Pearson. I don't know how he doesn't get called for interference because he's so disciplined. Look at that. Doesn't even touch the receiver, doesn't know where the ball is. He's just going to play in through the receiver. Great job by Ricky Pearson not to get the pass interference called on him.
Third down and 4 as Pearson stride for stride right down the sideline. I think the Brits had to figure out this football team just a little bit. If they can get off the field right now, we've still got a football game going right now. If they let these guys convert third down, boy, the confidence level on the Eagle sideline is going to be through the roof like it isn't there already. And they'll hit the tight end this time. 40-yard line, 35-yard line. It goes Dustin Schultz with the catch and the run afterwards.
Yeah, how about the concept dialed up by Michael McGuire, the offensive coordinator for La Crosse? It went back to what worked early in the first drive, right? They ran the drag across the field, beat the linebacker who's playing outside leverage for another conversion. This is a team that completes 52% of all third down conversions.
Man, I'll tell you what, and you can see exactly why right now. Several different weapons to be able to throw to, Miles. This has been a pretty impressive 2 series right now for the Eagles.
Yeah, Jacob Parks, their quarterback, does a phenomenal job of looking ahead of time where he's going to go with the football.
Parks goes under center, and he'll hand off to number 6, Stutzman. And Stutzman makes the first guy miss. Then he steps over the pile, and he's close to the first down.
Yeah, how about Stutzman's lower half? The 5'7" running back. He is strong in the weight room, stronger on the field. Gets a great kick-out block right there by his fullback, and just keeps driving those legs for about 6 extra yards. Impressive run by Stutzman.
And I'll tell you what has been impressive as well is that offensive line for the Eagles so far. Boy, there has been a hat on a hat, and there have been holes all over the place here so far this afternoon.
Well, those big fellas are coming off the football indeed.
They really are. So that defensive line for the Britons is going to have to toughen up here. Here comes the reverse, and it's Simonkak, and he's on his way around that right corner. He's got a block from the wide receiver, and he's out of bounds down the road. In fact, that was Parks, number 12, the quarterback, that stuck his head in there.
This is one of your uh-oh plays, right? Defensive line all in the backfield. We're going to get him. Uh-oh, where'd it go? It's a reverse the other way. That's how you slow down a team that loves a pursuit of the football. Run that reverse, and right now that Albion defense is just kind of on their heels because everything is being dictated by that La Crosse offense.
Stephen Douglas was the young man that knocked him out of bounds, but not before he got inside that 10-yard line. And it'll be first down and goal at the 8 here for the Eagles. Britons down 7-0. Eagles have had the football 2 times now, and they're on their way maybe towards that second score here. So Simonkak goes into motion. They'll go the other direction to Stoltzman, and he's all his way into the end zone. 8 yards, untouched. Easy peasy, as they say. 13-0 right now, Eagles.
Watch Stutzman. This kid is quicker than a hiccup right here. In the hole. It's going to be stopped. Nope. I'm just going to move my feet right and left and run right by you. Gets a little help from a buddy. Get in there, buddy. Touchdown. Easy again. This Crosse offense has been impressive.
Will Johnston was the guy that gave him a little bit of a push and almost knocked the ball loose. That would have been a big break for the Brits if he could have knocked that thing loose, and the Brits could have fallen on it the one. The extra point is blocked by the Britons. And maybe that's what they'll turn this thing on just a little bit for the Brits. As they get that extra point, it's 13-0 instead of 14-0, and they'll get the football back. You know what? I tell you what, whenever you play a game like this, you're an old coach. You know how this thing works. Let's see if we can see.
I don't like to say old coach. It's like say I was a coach. Yeah.
You were a former coach.
There you go.
I couldn't tell who got it in the middle of that in that line, but the hands, two sets of hands popped up at the very end. You know, probably more jitters in this team from Albion to open this game than there would be from Whitewater. These guys they're fire tested, man. They played Wisconsin in that Wisconsin league the entire year. They played Whitewater tough. They've traveled all over the place. I wouldn't think this game was probably as big to them coming in as it was to the guys in the purple here this afternoon.
Well, a couple things though, right? Mark Sheridan, defense corner for Albion, always does a good job through games, right? Especially at halftime, their adjustments are always phenomenal. He'll figure out a way to slow down this Crosse offense. Second thing is, how many times have Albion been down 14-0 or 13-0 early in a game, right? And they've come back in one game. So this is a team that Coach Buer always says he loves their resolve, or it's going to be tested again today.
Well, if the Eagles take a breath this afternoon, they're going to find themselves right back even on that scoreboard, maybe even down a point. And let's hope that they'll take that breath here for just a second. Brendan Teal again back on the goal line.
It'll be interesting on the next possession of Albion if they start to move Jack Bush around a little bit, make him tough to find in that pocket.
Teal, they made him run after that football, and he catches it down around the 1 yard line. He'll be back out to the 20-yard line. Making him chase that one a little bit that time. Instead of kick it straight on, last time they kicked it straight on, he brought it to 35. This time they made him chase it down to the corner.
Caden Potcher, number 10, the sophomore who's a defensive back on this team for La Crosse, really well-disciplined special teams unit, stayed on his number, did not leave. Allowed the return to come back to him, took Teal to the ground.
Colby Canfield, Ryan Nolan split up to the top of the screen right now as the Brits go back into the backfield. Kyle Thomas having to fill in as a running back, and that's where he is right now, and they will hand that ball to Kyle. Kyle bounces into the hole and then gets gobbled up and goes right down.
Yeah, Kyle Thomas tries to bounce, is going to press front side, A-gap on the zone inside, but look, there's nowhere for him to go. He's going to try and bounce it backside. It's tough to do because all those white jerseys are in front of you. No push by the purple offensive line so far.
You know, how big would it be to have Tietzman back in at that center spot, the senior that did such a great job all year long, and it went down a couple weeks ago. They'll fake the pass. Bush has some time, and now he gets rushed and knocked down and has to throw this thing away. Nobody open in that secondary for the Britons.
And Jack Bush going to take their RPO, looks for Justin Thomas on the dig that they love to run. Not there. Has to throw it away. Very fortunate that he was able to get that pass off. Jack Kelly was right on top of him.
3rd down and 9 now for the Britons, who really need to make something happen. This game can get out of hand quickly if you can't get this offense in gear, because Wisconsin already showed you that they can score points. Bush in trouble and going to be going down again, sacked again. Doshner, 96, the first guy in there.
And Doshner is going to arm under it and run right by. And the quickness of this front four has been evident for La Crosse. They are giving this Albion offensive line all kinds of fits. The quickness of getting off the ball and then the exotics of the blitz behind it.
Yeah.
Befuddling the offensive line of Albion.
It has been a tough afternoon and a tough way to start this football game early on as Simonkak stands back at his 45-yard line. Waiting for this kick. Good rush. Decent kick, but kicking into the wind. The ball gets caught up there and then takes a Brits bounce into the Eagles side. 45-yard line, 42-yard line is where they're going to mark that thing dead.
Yeah, really fortunate that Jake Simonchek didn't have it graze off his foot. Albion could have jumped on it right away. A little too close. You're going to let the ball roll. Get away from it, right, if you're La Crosse. Another good starting field position, though, for La Crosse, who seemingly every time they've had the football has had the short end of the field.
Hunter Williams with a decent kick that time, about 48 yards. But the First down will be at the 41-yard line now.
Number 36, Nick Fannin, checks in for Albion on the defense line. Player of the week in the MIAA a week ago with 2 sacks against Alma.
Stutzman again in the backfield all by himself. Pistol look now as he moves a little closer to Parks, and they will hand him the football. Coming around this end, got a block, turned the corner, jumped over one, into Britt's territory at the 45-yard line, finally knocked down at the 44.
Now, if you like watching interior defensive linemen run to the football, watch number 51, Dwayne Leggett, playing the nose. He's going to keep running, all the way to the sideline. He's going to make an effort tackle right there on Stutzman.
But not before he picks up the first down at the 44-yard line. 1st and 10 now, Eagles. 5:05 to play opening quarter, and they have a 13-point lead here early.
Yeah, why not run on first down? You're getting 6+ yards every time.
Run the clock just a little bit and make some things happen. They'll throw this time. Parks drops. Now he rolls. He's got people coming after him. As he goes to the ground, he throws it away, and that will be well short of his intended receiver.
Stephen Douglas, Mark Sheridan always does a good job of changing things up, brings a secondary blitz, brings a safety. Douglas gets back there, forces a opportunity for the defense to make a play. Jack Parks has to leave the pocket, incomplete. 2nd down and 10. I got to believe this is going to go back to the run here, Jim.
I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. As successful as they have been here early on, they'll send doubles to the top, bring that H-back back in again.
That's Will Justin, number 80, in at fullback.
Hand the ball off to Stutzman, and this time there's no place to run as he gets to the line of scrimmage, and no more as the Britton's interior line says, nope, we've had enough of this now. We're going to slow this thing down.
And number 91, Mitch Aronson's going to come down. They've moved him out to the outside linebacker, try to get a little bit bigger inside, bring Dwayne Leggett in at nose, move Mitch Aronson outside. Now you have 5 guys that can play the run.
So Aronson with a nice tackle, the defensive player of the year in the MIAA, and it's 3rd down now and 9, and they'll go empty look and put triples to the top with the Eagles, doubles to the bottom.
Man-to-man coverage across the board for Albion, man free.
Brits brings some heat. Ball goes across the middle and a throw behind the receiver, but caught, and a nice catch by Matisse Enders, and Enders will get the first down and step out of bounds in front of the Brits bench at the 26.
Yeah, a lot of coaches say it's tough to play man-to-man on trips. Wonder why? Well, there it is right there. Little cross route inside. You're going to pick off each other in the secondary on the man concept. That's an easy pitch and catch because the pick route outside works.
First down now and 10 at the 26-yard line of the Britons here. 3:44 to play in quarter number 1, and the Eagles trying to make it 3 scores in the first quarter. Britton's defense needs a takeaway here, needs to somehow come up with something. Parks will roll to his right, looking downfield, nobody to throw it to. Here comes some heat, and he finally finds his guy, but he's out of bounds, and we have a flag on the field right around the 25-yard line. Maybe a late hit on the Brits. No, an eligible man downfield for the Eagles is what they're saying.
I don't know why this happens, but all offensive linemen, if the quarterback takes too long and it looks like he's going to run, they all think they can go out and catch passes. They go across the line of scrimmage, and every time official call it, say, no, you can't do that, guys. You got those weird numbers, not the eligible numbers.
So they are talking it over down around the 25-yard line. Parks was very close to the line of scrimmage when he let go of it, but it looked like he was a yard or so
Ineligible
behind.
receiver downfield. Offense, number 74. 5-yard penalty. Replay the down.
I'm open, Coach. I'm open. That's what he said.
Jacob Parks has been masterful at handling this offense.
Good.
I mean, it just doesn't run, but just moves enough, right? They get himself some time. The senior from St. Petersburg, Florida.
Transferred in this year, as you heard the pregame show a little bit. And, boy, he has been an excellent quarterback for this ball team all year long. Doesn't make mistakes. That's what we talked about.
Right.
You know, the young fella just makes good decisions with the football all the time.
Yeah, I like how you call him a young fella. 24 years old, pretty young, oldest guy on the roster. But he is a veteran that makes good decisions. 19 touchdowns on the year, 4 interceptions, 1,821 yards, 63% completion percentage. He is a good, efficient quarterback. Stack formation to the top.
Parks will hand this off to Stutzman. He'll turn to the center of the football field, and no place to go as the Britons are there to make the tackle. And that's Khalil Brown that stops Stutzman after only about a 2-yard pickup.
Yeah, 45 tackles on the year for Khalil Brown. Gets it one-on-one solo style. Anytime you get Stutzman to the ground on a one-on-one, That's a fantastic effort. And if La Crosse here, second and third down is going to be huge to decide what they're going to do on fourth down. Remember, their field goal kicker has kicked it at 48 yards already this year. Wind is behind him.
This would be a kick that you probably would line him up for. There's no doubt about that with the wind at his back right now. Stutzman again in the running back spot. And again, Will Johnston back in the H-back spot on the right. They'll fake the handoff. Here comes the blitz. Park's going to have to throw this at the last second, and he will throw it to his tight end, but it will be short of the first down and out of bounds at the 25-yard line. Will go number 89. That's Dustin Schultz.
Now, Mark Sheridan, what he's decided to do is we're going to bring another member from the secondary up to get bigger on the line of scrimmage, and we're going to send him on a blitz. That's already the third time that they've brought Stephen Douglas on an outside blitz, harassing the quarterback. Parks, he has to throw it too quick. Huge third down. How many times already in this football game has the Crosse converted a third and long?
Yeah, way too many times, no doubt, if you're a Britons fan. No doubt about that. Third down now. And about 10 here as they got back to the original line of scrimmage. Stutzman again, the only running back in the backfield. Triples on this side, singles at the top. Brits bringing some heat. Ball thrown into the flats down on the right side and completed. And I believe that's Brad Tobin down there to make that catch, 27.
Yeah, Casimir Johnson tries to get under it, running a zone concept. Doesn't get deep enough. Wester Jr. is playing to deep third. Doesn't want anyone to get behind him. Unfortunately, they leave that window open, and another big conversion for La Crosse.
That's Jack Stutter on the catch down there for the first down. And again, the ball inside the 10-yard line. Third time that's happened here in this first quarter.
Now look at Jacob Park. He already let his offensive staff know, guys, you called for a personnel change, but we're missing a guy. Signaled to the sideline right away. That's a guy that's in command of his offense.
Savanchek is in the slot up here. We'll watch him just a little bit, but they'll go to the ground again. Stutzman, and he's still on his feet inside the 5, down to the 3 to the 2-yard line. Boy, I'll tell you what, the first 3 or 4 yards that he makes, that he runs, there's nobody around him, and then from there, he's just nifty as he can be.
Yeah, look at Alex Bongers, number 64, just going around bonging people upfield. Big center moving. He's playing guard. He's playing center. He can do it all. He's pulling like a guard playing center. That is some kind of play when you're a center, and you can pull up field and pancake people. Impressive indeed.
Very impressive. Sorensen is the wide receiver up here in the slot is Samanchek. And let's see if they'll go that way. Nobody on the short side of the field as they go with that single back look in the H-back to the right. Single coverage on this side. Parks will hand it to Stutzman. Stutzman puts his head down. He's close to the goal line, but short, and it'll be third down now and goal from about the 1.
Yeah, Casimir Johnson plays his responsibility. You're going to see him real well on the outside. He's going to be a stand-up outside linebacker right here. He's going to knife in. Wrong arm the pull. Great job right there. Doesn't get pushed out. Closes it down. Makes the tackle short of the goal line.
Third down and 1 here for the Eagles. As the game clock down to just 30 seconds here in this opening quarter. The Eagles trying to put another score on this board while they have the wind to their back.
Ready for quarterback sneak behind Bongers.
Yep, they'll go to Stutzman again, and he's going to be stood up short of the goal line.
I'm going to say he's short.
Parks had both hands in the air, but Stutzman was not quite there when he did that, when he signaled it, and I think that will be the last play of the quarter. So the fourth down play from the 1-foot line is going to probably happen on the other end of the football field.
He might have got there, but it was Jeremiah Major. He comboed with Dwayne Leggett to hold him out of the end zone. Great job by Major, keeping his feet moving. Didn't stop. Didn't allow Stutzman to lean forward.
Stutzman got up looking for a call, but if you notice where he got up from, it was the 1-yard line, and he did not move that football forward at all. It wasn't like he let it out in front of him. He just went down at the 1. So it'll be fourth down now and 1 as we flop ends and go to the second quarter.
Well, Matt Janis, decision time for him, right?
Yeah.
How do you not get greedy and go for it on fourth and goal, especially when your defense is playing so well, but kick the field goal. It's a 3-score game. That's why Matt Janis, the master of the man bun over there, he's got to make that decision.
He does. And I've got to believe that you're going to leave this Britain's team on the 1-foot line if you don't get in. And that would be my decision right at this point in time as we open up quarter number 2 is to go for it. But how about you?
I think you're right. You got Bongers in front of you. You got a veteran quarterback that's got good size at 6'4", 220. You just sneak it, right?
Yeah.
Fall forward.
Yeah.
You just go right ahead. Bart Starr behind Jerry Kramer kind of thing. Fall into the end zone.
I don't think I'd do anything fancy. I agree with you 100%. That would be my move. Put my quarterback under center and let's push that line, that foot that you need.
Yeah, the good thing for Wisconsin lacrosse is that they have the ability to get under center on the goal line, right? How many times do we see spread teams that you're on the 1 inch line, you got to stamp it back 5 yards to go, that half inch?
Never liked that. I have never liked that call where you snap that ball 4 or 5 yards in the backfield and then try to work from there.
Now looks like they're going to go indeed.
Into center. He's got the big guy, Jostin, there at fullback, and he will push it forward, and they push everything into the end zone, I believe, for the touchdown. Yeah. I'll tell you what, if he needed a yard, I don't think he'd have got it, but all he needed was a foot. And they were able to get that, and with that, it's 19-0 Eagles here as we open up quarter number 2.
Yeah, just kind of what we thought, right? Get all your beef and rugby scrum it. And if you're watching, you're saying, how are they allowed to push them? Isn't that illegal? No, they're actually allowed to push them from the second level to get them in the end zone. And it was kind of a cool look outside. Cameron Sorensen looking at the official like, what are you waiting for to call it? He's laying on the eye in the end zone.
19-0. The extra point by Byrne here is about ready to be tried. Byrne with the placement and the kick, and it's right through the upright. So the only bad thing that's happened to the Eagles so far was they blocked extra point, and they have made up for that. It's 20-0 here as we open up quarter number 2.
Now, what an impressive first quarter by lacrosse. They have met business making that 7-hour trip, and it's got to be the ground game that has led the way.
Yeah.
Joey Stutzman, 64 yards already on 11 carries in that first quarter. And Jacob Parks, how big of his third down throws been? 7 of 10 for 88 yards and 1 touchdown. This has been a very efficient offense for lacrosse. And on the other side, Albion still struggling to get things going offensively. Run game really not existent. 2 yards net in the first quarter run into football. Jack Bush, 4 of 10 for only 26 yards. And Justin Thomas, the all-world receiver for Albion, not able to get going so far. 2 catches, but only 13 yards.
Brits now, as they flip the ends of the field, will have the wind to their back, and it was a decent wind when we started. What did you say at the beginning of the game, Miles? We had about a gusting 20-mile-an-hour wind, somewhere in that ballpark?
We had it as high as 6 miles an hour.
6.
Yeah.
All right, well, not too bad then. I was trying to add a couple of miles per hour on there, but you know me.
Next hurricane.
I'm into speed, brother.
Next hurricane in Michigan, we'll have the Weather Channel put you out on the coastline.
Brendan Teal back at the 1-yard line, waiting for this kick. Byrne to kick it to him, and he's got the wind in his face now as this one will end up short at the 10. Let's see if Teal can get an opening here. Has a break. Out to the 20, to the 30, 31-yard line. That 29-yard line is where they'll say he was knocked down, and the Britons will have some decent field position again.
Connor Fonrich gets him to the ground. The backup linebacker, a freshman from Mount Pleasant, going to make the tackle. Pretty good return by Teal. Really only about 1 block away, and he could have got it to the midfield stripe, but still pretty good field position for Albion, who needs something, a big play in the worst way, down 20-0.
Clark comes out in the running back spot again for the Brits. You wonder maybe if they will do a little more of that running game here, but boy, that has not been very effective in this first half. And the Brits a passing team.
Well, it's concerning because lacrosse is only playing 6 in the box and still have yet to get the run game going.
Clark working his way up the football field close to the first down at the 38-yard line. Maybe they'll mark him at the 39. If not, it's second down and short.
Now, best run of the day, and you're going to see number 57, Masuga, picking him up right there after getting a good pin block on the outside.
10 yards, they move the chains with that, and the Brits now pick up the tempo just a little bit. And they'll fake the ball to Clark, throw the ball down the sideline and over everybody's head as Jack Bush was going to the ground as he let go of that one.
Now, it's got to be concerning when you're running an RPO, right? And they're on top of your quarterback before he can release it on the throw point. That's Max Reinfeldt, number 90, that got back there. And this is a lacrosse team that they will mix a lot of guys on the defensive line. They'll play 8 deep on the defensive line, keep them fresh.
Single receiver to the top, doubles down here. That is Justin Thomas right in front of us, and they'll throw the screen pass and over the head of the intended receiver, Adam Stevenson. And Stiverson basically on that little tight end screen pass, and it was just really kind of open if they could have gotten him the football. He had gotten ahead of the Rusty Murphy, had a couple steps on him, but the ball just overthrown.
Yeah, Rusty Murphy plays his responsibility really well. Remember, he's the middle inside linebacker, so he had to fly out there real quick. Saw the inside fake, didn't bite on it, ran out to Stiverson in a hurry.
Bush moves his protection around just a little bit in that backfield. Now they bring Justin Thomas in motion, set him up behind his brother. Bush going to throw. He's got his guy, but it's not going to be enough for a first down. I think that's Stuyvesant again who catches the football across the 45, right about the 46-yard line. And here's a big decision for you, man. It's 4th down and 4.
Jack Anderson, who's got 4 sacks on the year, he gets the pressure on Jack Bush, and Jack Bush has been harassed every time he has thrown the football. I think this is a good decision by Coach Buer to punt it away because you're still in the game at 20-0. You get stopped here on 4th down, give him the short field again, this game might be over.
So Munkak back at his 16-yard line, and Hunter Williams to kick. Here comes the rush. Nice high spiral. So Munkak gets away from everything. Ball takes a Eagles bounce, and it will be down at the 19-yard line.
Good recognition by Andy Duran, who will pick this up. Williams with another punt inside the 20. He is a master at putting it inside the 20. Duran's going to recognize the ball rolling back. Costs him yards, picks it up right there. Picks it up and gives it to the official. Never touch it and then walk away, Jim, because that's a live football, and they can pick it up and run.
No doubt about that. Williams and the Williams family, we got to thank those folks for providing us cookies all year long. And, man, I'll tell you, we could have used a cookie right now here in the first half, but I don't think that's going to happen our way today.
There's been a lot of bitter taste so far for Albion. No sweet taste, down 20-0.
None whatsoever as Jacob Parks again in that pistol look with Stutzman to his right, and they'll hand the ball off to 6 this time. Cuts through a hole, through a couple of tackles, and then Jeremiah Major says, nope, that's the end of the line for you, fella. You're going to lose a yard.
Now, Stephen Douglas on the outside is going to show up right there, force it back inside to his buddies. Jeremiah Major is going to make the tackle, gets him to the ground. Jeremiah Major being a factor in the run game now.
I think the Brits defense, if they could stop these guys here, get the football back, you might be able to see a little momentum swing here. But if the Eagles take this thing and march it again, 80 yards down the football field and cash this in even for a field goal right now, it is going to be a very long afternoon for the Britons.
Well, one thing in that formula that you have to have, they got the big stop on 1st down, put it behind the sticks.
Parks looks, throws underneath again. Again, it's complete to Sorensen, and Sorensen will work his way out of bounds at about the 24-yard line.
Yeah, watch Sorensen. He's going to run the under route, and he's going to be one-on-one zone this time. Khalil Brown falls for the little in fake and then bounces back outside. Khalil Brown attack that outside shoulder, keep him inside. Sorensen, you can see why they love him. He is an impressive athlete.
No doubt about it. 3rd down and 15, and he is lined up now on the Eagles sideline all by himself. They've got in the slot now Munkak sitting in the slot on the Eagles sideline. Single wide receiver this time, and Stutzman in the backfield on the home side, the short side of the football field.
Looks like man, and they're going to bring some heat from Albion.
Parks drops back. He's going to look now. He's going to run out of time, and he will try to run this one for the 1st down. He will slide with just enough room at the 32-yard line to move the chains.
Boy, how subtle at making little movements in the pocket is Parks. Look at that, just runs around Akama, and that's smart enough just to get 1 yard more than what they need and then go down before Jeremiah Major can deliver a hit.
A little bit of a neck problem is what they were telling us that caused him to miss that last game of the season, but fully healthy according to the coach this afternoon, and you could tell right there as he picks up 6, needed 5 for the 1st down, and 1st down and 10. The Eagles keep the clock moving and keep the sticks moving. Parks goes back to Stutzman. Stutzman tries to get around the corner, but this time the Brits are there and said, no, thank you. You're going down. Again, Stephen Douglas, who's had a pretty good afternoon of football so far.
Yeah, no debate about it. Douglas arrives in a violent mood, gets him to the ground. 2nd time, one-on-one. He's gotten Stutzman to the ground. Of course, Douglas is playing for Drew Schaefer, who's out with the lower leg injury. What a player Drew Schaefer is.
Boy, I'll tell you, Schaefer and Ladd, neither one here in this secondary for the Britons, and it would be nice to have both of those guys back this afternoon in this contest, but that's football for you. They'll go back to the ground again to Stutzman, and Stutzman has a big hole. He's got the 1st down. He's at midfield, cuts it out the sideline. He's got one guy to beat, but they're going to be tackled at the 33-yard line. But I'll tell you what, that hole opened huge, and there was nobody in that gap.
Will Johnston's going to blow it open right there. Going to get the block on Connor Smith. That's going to open the door for Stutzman to get vertical. But watch Connor Smith. He got beat on the block, but he's not going to quit. Runs his way all the way downfield to make the tackle.
Bobby Willis was a young fellow that almost had that tackle, but took the wrong angle on it. And Stutzman has the Eagles back in business inside the 35-yard line of the Britons. First down and 10. Boy, that young fella, as you said, it's so quick in that open field. They'll go back to the running game again. And I think they've gone to the backup, Ryan Bartow, in the backfield there with the run. I think it was number 8 that carried that one.
Yeah, it was Bartol, the freshman, 11 carries for 129 yards this year. On that right side behind Bongers and Greco for 74, the right guard. Good push on that right side to open up the hole.
In fact, it was 25 Brant Bohan that was running that thing, and Bohan stays in the contest again, giving that starting running back just a little bit of break. Stutzman probably a little winded after that long run. They go back to Bohan. Bohan again with room on the left side for the first down, close to the 21-yard line.
Bohan, 278 yards on the year, 5'10", 200 pounds. They kind of like those running backs that are around 200 pounds and a little diminutive with their height, but they always have that lower body half power, as you see right there.
For an injured player.
Fritz have a player down at the 19-yard line, too, and this I don't think is going to be good because I believe that's Mitchell Aronson maybe that's on that ground at this point.
Noah Anderson, number 98.
Noah Anderson. There you go. I could see the 9. I couldn't see the other number.
Noah Anderson, the junior, 6'2", 245. 21 tackles on the year. Solid guy, really good on run. Looks like they're taking a look at that right leg. And he is not feeling happy right now.
No, you can see down there on the field right now. Been a tough afternoon for the Britons defense. Boy, I'll tell you, they have not had this kind of afternoon all year long, but they have also not played a team quite like this lacrosse team on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, might be the best offensive line they've gone against. Bongers at center, Greco at guard, right guard, Bertoa at right tackle, Hildebrand at left guard, and Coleman at left tackle. Those guys, they mean business today running the football.
And Anderson not able to put any pressure on that right leg, and that is not a good sign for this defense, because he has been an integral part of this team all year long.
I think you'll see more of Akama and Fannin and Leggett along with Aronson. Looks like that'll be their front four that they'll move forward with. Albion having to make some switching due to Anderson's injury.
So 9:55 to play. The Eagles trying to make this a 4-score game as they have the football. First down and 10 at the 21-yard line. Then they go to that power look. They bring Stutzman back in. They fake it to him. Park's going to try to throw it back to him the other way. And Stutzman might have been called for a little offensive interference on that one.
All right, watch Stephen Douglas, number 5. He's going to be well-disciplined. They're just going to roll to the right, and they're going to throw back thinking that everybody's going to forget about Stutzman. This is one of those that parks this automatically. He's going to throw there no matter what, even if his guy's covered or not.
And Stutzman tackled Douglas, although I don't think Douglas really had a good shot at pulling that one in. 9:39 to play. Clock stopped now, and the Britons defense it needs to hold this to a field goal. The Eagles won the toss, so they'll get the ball to open up the third quarter. If you're looking ahead that far, Stutzman running behind that big offensive line, keeps those feet driving. He's down to the 15-yard line.
Great job on that right side again. Brian Hildebrand comes from his left guard, works up, going to peel and then go up to a linebacker after he gets the block inside, walls off his guy, Aronson. Mitch Aronson, who is the player of the year in the MIAA, kind of been quiet so far because of the play of the offensive line.
You know, talking to some of the parents before the ball game today, they said, this offensive line from lacrosse isn't as big as what we expected. But, boy, they're tacticians, aren't they? They really do find their block, control their block, and make things happen the way they're supposed to. Screen pass in the middle again to Stutzman, and he's got a crew in front of him. He follows him behind. The ball is loose in the end zone and out of the end zone, and the Brits couldn't get on it, but it will be Britain's football, I believe, because of that crazy rule that we use all the time where they lose possession and it rolls out unmolested out of the end zone and out of bounds. It would be Britain's ball. I've never liked that rule, and I don't like it any better even right now.
No, they're still talking about down there. The thing is, did it roll into the end zone around or inside the pylon? That's what they're trying to figure out.
It rolled inside. Here we go.
The ball was fumbled in the field of play and went out of bounds behind the goal line. By rule, that's a touchback.
Sure is.
Yep.
First down, Albion.
Well, there you go. Maybe there's the break we need.
Oh, huge break for Albion because this game was looking to be put away in the second quarter. Finally, a mistake made by Lacrosse. Didn't see the number of the purple jersey that caused it, as it might be to play the game. See if we can pick it up right here. Really good call on the quick screen by Coach McGuire. Gets Stutzman outside, and is it Jeremiah Major that causes it? Yep, Jeremiah Major causes it, and Connor Smith tries to get it before it rolls out of bounds, but not going to matter. First down on the 20.
Britons now, maybe with the one break that they are going to get this afternoon, they're going to have to take advantage of it. They'll go to the ground. Clark, and they'll go forward for about 6, maybe 7.
Now, a little bit better job, Coach Wassel, who calls the plays for Albion, going at the front now of Lacrosse in the last 2 possessions. Instead of trying to go lateral, we're going to go right at you. Kind of a gap scheme up front. Clark gets some positive yardage on first down.
2nd down and short now for the Britons, as maybe that will breathe a little life in the home team here this afternoon. Bush drops, looks, nobody at home. Now he's going to have to run away from 2 Wisconsin players, and then wisely throws it away at about the 10-yard line.
Yeah, really good athletic ability to get out of danger. He's going to have to hold on to the football, Bush is, because of the coverage is so good. First good job by the offensive line holding the pocket. He's got a pocket right there, and all of a sudden you hold on to it too long, you're going to have to get out of it. Look at the athletic ability, just barely getting out of the tackle right there, and then smartly throws it away before he gets thumped.
Good job by Jack Bush to get rid of that one there. 8:11 now. The clock has stopped, and they need this first down.
Well, looks like too high zone by Lacrosse.
Empty backfield again. Bush got to get rid of the ball. He's got it. That's to Thomas, Kyle Thomas. And now the ball is loose on the ground, and I believe that's Wisconsin on top of it. So they get the football right back as Kyle Thomas coughs it up after a nice hit. Who got a hand on this one?
It's going to be Danes that comes up with it, number 56, but I think the play is going to be made right there. Can't see the number that caused it.
I think that's your buddy Gertog Graywall that actually dropped back. They dropped the lineman back into coverage, and I believe that was a 98 that got his big mitts on that football. It doesn't matter. Either way, it goes back over to Wisconsin.
It's a shame because Kyle Thomas recognized his own coverage and adjusted his route and came back to his quarterback instead of going out and picked up the first down. Just couldn't hold on to the football.
Park again, operating with Stutzman in the backfield. He's got room coming left side. Then he runs out of room after a pickup of about 2. Oh, in fact, we're back to Brent Bohan there, 25.
Bohan's going to run as a running zone to the right-hand side. Gets a good block by his right tackle, Bertoa.
Swapping back and forth. Bohan and basically Bohan and Stutzman about the same size out on that football field. Right. Bohan 5'10", 200, and Stutzman 5'7", 190.
Well, you wonder if Stutzman's on the sideline as a reminder that you got to hold on to the football, young man.
Yeah, probably so. They do that every now and then. They'll throw this one out into the flat to Samunkak, and Samunkak will have the first down and then some as he's inside the 25, close to the 22.
Albion had it diagnosed pretty quickly. You're going to see all the purple jerseys fly out there, but Samunkak's feet are fantastic. He can get vertical and lateral.
And look at 18, Sorensen out there making that block. That's the thing I think I've been the most impressed with this offense. Everybody on that football field will take you on. Everybody's got a hat on a hat.
Now, you talked about their offensive line earlier not being the biggest guys, but look at the natural leverage that they have at 6 foot and 6'1", pretty much across the board. They're already in a good surface hitting position just by their size.
Samunkak and Sorensen doubled up here on this side. They'll hand that ball off. And again, here comes a big hole through Bohan, and Bohan will have close to a first down, close to the 15-yard line, maybe the 16.
Bobby Willis slow to get up for Albion. I think they're going to call timeout so they can take a look at him, but he's going to make the tackle along with Khalil Brown right there, and it never bodes well when the running back is up to the secondary level before someone is touching him.
Second Brits player on the ground here on this afternoon. Yeah. Anderson, I don't think, is back in that football game.
He's walking back on the field right now.
There you go.
And that's John Wester Jr. on the top side, too. So 2 Britons were having to be looked at on this play. John Wester Jr. looks like he's holding on to that right arm.
Been a tough afternoon of football. There's no doubt about that. And Wisconsin came in here to make this thing happen, and they are doing a good job in this first half.
That looks like a stinger. You ever have a stinger?
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Your arm just kind of goes numb and tingles
Not
for a while.
Not a good thing.
No.
Yep. Not a good thing. But the only good thing about that is that he'll be okay in about 5 more minutes.
That's true. It does wear off until you hit it again, right?
Yeah, no doubt. So he'll come off the sideline, and the Britons now kind of working some things out on this sideline. They've got to figure a way to keep the Eagles out of the end zone this time, down 20-0 in an offense that has been sputtering. And, boy, we haven't seen that all year long in this Brits offense. So, again, credit to the Eagles' defense this afternoon. They have been spectacular.
Sure have. They've brought their A game with the pressure, that's for sure, and it has affected Jack Bush.
Well, again, if you could keep yourself to this spot right here where you have an opportunity and maybe put a score on the board before the half and go in down just 2 scores, you're going to have a situation where you got a football game again. But Park hands off again to Bohan, and Bohan has stood up right at the line of scrimmage. He might have gotten a yard, but it'll set up a 3rd down and short now for the Eagles.
You want to play middle linebacker and take on a running back right in the hole? Well, watch Jeremiah Major, number 0 right there, gets around the block, gets in the hole, goes one-on-one, says, I'm going to win this battle, wins the Oklahoma battle right there. The drill goes to Jeremiah Major.
Tried to rip that ball out of Bohan's hand, but, boy, I'll tell you what, that credit number 25 for a good, solid grip on that ball so it doesn't come out. Last time they were down here, they coughed it back up, and the Brits gave it right back to him. Bohan again, the running back to the right. Parks calls for it, fakes, throws it out in the flats, wide open for the first down. Reaching for the end zone is Dustin Schultz, and I believe he's in. Yep.
Really good work by Schultz to get around the tackle and then kind of lunge. Fantastic play call, right? Safety's playing off the inside slot, fake inside, bounce it outside, and he's going to run through the tackle of Khalil Brown. The ability just to reach. I don't know how he got it across that goal line, but all you have to do is just break it for the touchdown.
And he did exactly that. And again, the block up front to set up that last little scamper to the end zone. I'll tell you what, this has been a very impressive offense that we've seen out of this lacrosse team this afternoon. Snap is good, and Barron has this one through again, so make it 27-0 now for the team from Wisconsin, and the Britons offense about ready to get this football back, finding themselves down basically 4 scores.
Well, you get the turnover in the end zone, right? Jeremiah Major causes it. You get some momentum, only down 20-0. You're going to pick up a first down, get close to midfield, and then the untimely turnover by Kyle Thomas negates that. And this is a lacrosse team that has been very opportunistic with field position, right? Every time they've gotten good field position, what have they done? They've just marched it down a short field and cashed it in. 27-0 now. It is a big task ahead of Albion if they're going to come back and win this one.
Well, Brendan Teal, he's taken a couple of these kicks back. Had one that went back 98 yards, and that would be a big plus right now if you're an Albion Britons fan.
If you're Albion and you've been holding on to some kind of really cool trick play that can get some momentum, I think right about now would be a time that you can break that out. You need something big in the worst way right now.
As they used to say, razzle-dazzle, I believe. You know, it's time to bring out the razzle-dazzle right now because you got nothing else to lose.
You're breaking out all the old hits from the yesteryear.
You know, I'm an old guy, man. You know, I go back a long, long ways. There's no doubt. Teal will field this one at the 4-yard line. Needs a couple of blocks. He's going to follow his guys up their sideline. And unfortunately, run into way too many white jerseys down around the 16-yard line.
And Connor Fonrich, again, making a big play on special teams, putting his ballot in to be Special Teams Player of the Week. Number 50, you're going to watch him show up in the middle of the field right here in the white jersey. He's going to take Teal to the ground right there. You got to like that backup linebacker. You make your living early in your career running down on special teams, and he's embraced it.
He really did a nice job of following that play. And then when the hole did not open up for Teal, he was just a sitting duck right there at the 16-yard line. So 1st and 10 Brits, 5.5 minutes to play in the first half. If they're going to stay in this ball game, they're going to need to march this thing 84 yards and put some sort of squiggly number up on that scoreboard. They'll go to Clark. Clark will have a nice gain on first down close to the 20-yard line.
He got some positive yardage on that right-hand side. run behind Rosecop and Masuga. Christian Miller, the center, number 78, gets a good block as well. Positive yards on first down, sets him up for a workable 2nd down and 7.
Put him on the 19-yard line, 2nd down now as the Brits go doubles, top single to the bottom. Justin Thomas down here, who's been awfully quiet all afternoon. They're going to go for him this time. He's behind his man, but the ball just a little bit too far. I'll tell you, if that was on the money, number 1 was heading to the house.
He sure was, and you wonder if Bush throws this a little tick early because of all the pressure. Sometimes your clock gets sped up as a quarterback, thinking you're not going to have enough time. One more step, but Max Bauer, pretty good coverage on the outside as well.
Good coverage, but about a yard or so behind, and if that would have been on the in stride, I think Mr. Bauer would have had a hard time running with number 1 to the end zone, but that's pure conjecture now, isn't it, huh? 4:54 to play here, opening half. Brits 3rd down. And they find, I believe, that's Teal over the middle. No, that's 5, Colby Canfield. Canfield's first catch of the afternoon, and that'll be enough for a 1st down.
Yeah, Colby Canfield has made a living in this Albion offense, converting 3rd downs. Just going to run a quick little out, right? Settles right in the zone, empty spot, beats Rusty to the outside, his 41st catch on the year.
Nice job by Canfield to move the sticks, and the Brits now with the new life, 1st down and 10. Bush again had heat coming his way. Gets rid of it. That's Toko, and Toko is up the football field to the 45-yard line. You know, they talk an awful lot when you heard the coach in the interview before. He said 1 and 3 and 5 and 6, and he never said number 2.
Yeah, Mark Toko says, let's go. Makes another quick catch outside, gets vertical for a 1st down, and finally, a little bit of rhythm for this Albion offense.
Brits 1st and 10, 45-yard line, 4:10 to play, opening half. Bush again has some time, going to go deep, going for Thomas. Oh my goodness, he lost it in the air, and that was close enough that generally Justin Thomas, if he would have found it, he'd have caught it.
Hey, any other receiver on this football field today has no chance, but watch Justin Thomas turn once and twice, and then a 3rd time almost tracked it down to make that catch. Would have been a phenomenal effort and catch by Thomas. Just a little too far by Bush.
Couldn't find that thing at the last second, so it is 2nd down and 10, but I like the idea of trying to spread these guys out, maybe make these guys a little more leery of this football game. Maybe open something up across the middle just like that one. 1st down and 10 into Eagles territory at the 41-yard line, and again, Canfield on the critical catch for the Britons.
Yeah, I think they found something they like with this empty formation. 5 wide has slowed down the blitzing of Lacrosse, is rushing 4 against it, trying to get the linebackers a help in coverage.
Doubles to the short side of the football field here in front of us, triples on the top and a bit of an arrow. Here comes the rush, quick pass, Toko again wide open in the flats, and he'll step out of bounds around the 30-yard line. They'll say 29, but again, they've paid so much attention to some of these other guys. Mark Toko just finds a nice little spot to sit down at.
Well, left side of that Albion offensive line did a great job picking up a blitz and a cross stun. 3-on-3, and they were able to diagnose it and pick it up.
Brits moving for the first time this afternoon. Clock moving too at 3:20, and Bush across the middle. He's got Justin Thomas, and Justin Thomas makes the first guy miss and falls down inside the 20 to the 17.
A tough ask. You put Thomas in the slot because you're going to go one-on-ones by Chala, the linebacker, and you're going to lose that battle every single time you see 38 trailing the speedy receiver Thomas.
Thomas and Toko on this side, 1 and 2, triples to the top. Bush again looking over the football field, calling for the ball. Tosses early and again to Toko, and Toko has it and is out of bounds at about the 13-yard line.
This is a drive of Toko. 3rd catch on this drive alone. Good job by Christian Miller inside, holding on, stopping the penetration of that defensive line of Lacrosse. Allows his quarterback to get rid of it.
Starting to give Lacrosse a little bit of their own medicine right now. That little 5-yard, 7-yard dump pass out into the flats. Bush now with a little more time. Now he's running out of time, and he'll go down at the 22-yard line.
And that's another one of the guys up front that they rotate in. Reese Jesko, a freshman, number 93, is just going to keep working his way. Bush can't elude him that time. He's going to set up a 3rd down and 15. Costly sack right there for the Albion offense.
Unfortunate part, too. If he could have taken one more step and looked in the back of the end zone, number 1 was standing all by himself. It would have been an easy pitch and catch, but didn't have that opportunity or that time. 2:03 to play now. Brits obviously in 4-down territory, but they could use a half a dozen right now, and La Crosse will take the timeout.
Timeout, Wisconsin Lacrosse. Their first timeout of the half.
You got to wonder if they didn't have the right personnel grouping in to go against Albion's 5 wide. Matt Janis elects to call timeout. They're going to talk it over, see what they're going to diagnose here. Defensively, Brian Whitehead has made a living today bringing pressure time and time again on big downs against Albion. You got to wonder if they're going to bring that back or blitz again.
Well, they got a little time to talk about it right now. Mitch Aronson on the sideline over here trying to get his defensive teammates all fired up and ready to go back out again, because the Eagles are going to have this football back probably at least one more time before the half comes to an end.
I think you have to remember, too, for your Albion, is you don't have to get 3rd and 15 on this down, right?
No.
Just get close, because you can go for it on 4th down right here.
Get 8 or 10 right now and make it 4th and a half a dozen or so, and you bet you got an opportunity. Don't think you'd kick a field goal here, even though it's pretty much automatic. You need 7 at this point in time.
Yeah, at some point in time, you're going to have to run a quick screen to beat that blitz that they've loved to employ on these big downs.
They've spread that defensive line out now as they've got 2 edge rushers basically uncovered up here at the top.
Yeah,
and see if the Brits will take a timeout to try to adjust to that slightly.
Please reset the game clock to 1:59.
Yeah, if you're Nicewander and Masuga, the tackles for Albion, look at those 8 and 9 techniques on the outside. You're going to have to really drop step in a hurry to reach those guys, because they are screaming upfield. And then on top of it, they got the outside backer look like they're blitzing too.
Yeah. Here comes the house, I would bet. Nope, they're going to drop in coverage. Just one guy coming, but he's a handful, and that ball thrown to Toko just a little bit too hot and a little bit too far as Jack Bush gets tussled down there in the backfield.
Well, Jack's going to meet Jack. It's Jack Kelly, number 1. You see why they put him in a wide 9, because he can run by Nicewander, and he does. The sophomore from Plover gets it done. Great speed rush, and think field goal time now for Albion, just trying to get some points on the board.
Well, that's probably not a bad idea. You need to get that goose egg off that scoreboard somehow. This will be a 39-yard kick as the ball will be spotted at the 29-yard line.
Does have the wind behind him, and if he makes this, you could argue that you have some momentum at halftime, something to build with, and makes it kind of a 3-score game again.
Yeah, well, got to give the ball back to the Eagles. Unfortunately, bad snap. Placement was good. Kick was also just barely good. Man, I'll tell you what, if you watch this again, they were able to get that ball. That ball came back totally flat. And a nice job to be able to get that back up and spot it.
Connor Smith, number 2, did well to hold the edge, keep the defense out, allows this kicker to have enough time to get the kick off.
So the Brits are on the scoreboard 27-3. Now they've got to kick this ball back to the Eagles, and that defense needs to keep them out of the end zone.
Yeah, if you're going to come back and win this football game, you're going to have to take advantage. You're running out of possessions, right? Even in the second half. You're going to have to steal one at some point in time, either with a turnover or maybe a surprise onside kick. Not saying right now is the best time to do it, because they're probably thinking about it, but if you score in that third quarter, make it 27-10, maybe go ahead and try an onside kick.
Look at all the guys sitting up here in the front. They're all 14s and 2s and 6s and 10s. A lot of hands, guys, right up here in that front line. As the front 6 here for the Eagles are all low numbers.
Yeah, Coach Janis electing to go with the guys that can handle it. Don't worry about getting the blocks on the return. Just make sure it's not an onside kick.
Going to kick it deep, though. And this will go back deep and be caught at the 7-yard line. Simonkak brings it out across the 30 to the 33-yard line. And a nice return will set up the Eagles nicely at about the 33-yard line, 1st down and 10.
And Josh Wunsch is going to arrive right there, make the tackle, stop him short of the 35. Wunsch, who's just a junior. We've seen he's really flashed at some point in time this year. Guy that they bring in once in a while to be a speed rusher on the edge. A sack and a half this year, and big tackle on special teams that time. He'll be a guy looking forward. Should have a big year next year.
1st down and 10 now for the Eagles. Let's see what they intend to do with 1 minute and 43 seconds and 2 timeouts. You know, if they could march this thing down, they get the ball to open up the third quarter. You put another score on that board, get the ball in the third quarter, and you pretty much got this one in your back pocket.
Stacked up top.
They'll go back to the run, and guess what? They've finally decided that Joey Stutzman is out of the doghouse, and he's back in the backfield. he'll pick up a couple on first down.
Nothing doing inside as Akama just kind of engulfs him, gives him a big old bear hug, takes him down to the ground.
Second down and 8 now for the Eagles. Clock is moving. When do you start maybe calling timeouts if you're Dusty, too, at this point in time?
I think if it's here, if you stop him short again, maybe go ahead and call a timeout. Albion does have 3 timeouts. Both teams kind of working the clock, seeing what the other one wants to do.
Fake the ball to Stutzman. Park is in trouble. Now he finds a little bit of a seam and is able to get that football off and complete it to Sorensen inside Britton's territory at the 48-yard line. Britt's had a shot at him early, and he got out of it.
Yeah, 2 great plays right here. One to get rid of it, and then watch Sorensen. He catches the back half of the football. The ball gets by him over top of his head and just catches the back half. Nice hands right there to pick up another first down. Now if you're Crosse, now you're thinking about maybe let's get greedy. Yeah, 58 seconds left. You're on the plus side of the 50. Let's go and score.
And there we go to that single back look again with doubles here in front of us. Stutzman again, the only running back in the backfield. And now he will go out into the pattern, and they'll throw underneath again Simonkak. And I'll tell you what, that has been open. That little drag route across the middle has been open all afternoon.
Yeah, you run this where the defensive line vacates, right? Just replace their feet, and you're going to run it so shallow that the linebackers can't get there as they drop. Connor Smith tries to get there, but just out of position because of the route concept. Tough to stop when you're in zone defense.
1st and 10 now at the 35-yard line. Parks again has some heat coming. Oh, he threw that one a little low. That one skipped. And I'll tell you what, one more step, and that one might have been going the other direction because that was underthrown. And Jeremiah Major, look at this move he made on that ball at the very end.
He got his eyes in good position going forward, looking at the quarterback. You see the release, you can make a break on the ball. Major almost does it, but the pass was forced early because Stephen Douglas came free on the blitz.
If that ball didn't skip, if that ball was thrown in the air, I believe 0 is still running at this point in time. 35 seconds left now in this first quarter. Britt's trying to get off the field without allowing the Eagles to score again. The Eagles trying to at least match that field goal, I think, before they go in at half. Here comes the blitz, and again, a screen pass goes out to Stutzman, and he's following his blockers for the first down. He'll be inside the 25-yard line and then dragged out of bounds at about the 24.
And that's the same screen that they ran earlier in this game. It resulted in a fumble rolling into the end zone, but this time Stutzman's going to hold on to it, follows this big convoy around, gets positive yardage. Big block in front by Connor Berry, the reserve guard coming in, the senior from Marshfield.
And again, you just have to like the fundamentals of this team from Wisconsin, man. They do not miss a block. They're very, very tactical. Throw to the flat right side. That'd be a short pickup. Larry Platt there. In fact, they'll say he got a yard, and then the Wisconsin lacrosse team will take their second time out of the first half.
Timeout.
Dangerous
Wisconsin
throw.
Lacrosse.
Worst throw of the day for Park. I'm kind of surprised he threw it because he throwing late into the flat. Platt could have picked it off and ran it back all the way. If he would have got his hands on that one, there was no white jersey in front of him.
Britons need a takeaway here and something to turn this momentum.
Well, you know, we're kind of critical on Parks on that last throw, but
yeah,
he's been so good. I mean, even when you throw a completion and you're like, hey, that's a tough critic. Well, you've been so good. We hold you to a high standard, but yeah, throwing late would have been a tough thing.
He's had 2 of those at this point in time. He turned that field mic off there for me there. There you go. Thank you. He's had 2 of them. The last 2 throws he's made. Basically, Majors had a shot at the one up on the top if the ball would have been thrown on the money. And then this one right in front of us here, both of them could go that direction. And again, if you're a Britons fan, that's what you're hoping for right now.
Well, the music that was just playing was it's foreshadowing karaoke time at halftime with Jim Funderburg.
Yeah, well, that's the reason. That was my lead song. I didn't want anybody to hear that. That was that was the one I was going to start with. It was going that direction, and what am I going to do?
Cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, it is now. I'm going to have to go to the second one now. Cut 2, cut 2. Parks drops, looks, throws towards the end zone. Simonkak has the ball and the touchdown. Wow, what a catch, what a throw. Decent coverage back there by Connor Smith. But, boy, you just couldn't stop that one. That was put exactly on the numbers.
And Connor Smith scrambles out there on Simonkak, has one-on-one up the seam. How about the throw, though, by Parks? Just puts it on a dime right by the ear of Connor Smith. Connor Smith can't get his head turned around, plays the hands of receivers, but Simonchek just more versatile at combat catching, gets it done.
So, what was La Crosse going to do with the last minute and 54 seconds of the first half? They're going to march it down, punch it in, and leave 14 seconds on the scoreboard with a 34-3 lead. Wow, what an impressive drive for the folks from Wisconsin.
Not many mistakes made by La Crosse today. They've been an unbelievable steamroller of a team so far in this first half.
They have been spot on. You wonder why they're the number 12 team in the country? You are finding out here this afternoon, are you not, Tom?
I can't imagine. There's 11 better football teams than La Crosse on this day because they've been so efficient offensively and just brought all kinds of heat defensively, living in the backfield all day long of this really good Albion offense.
No doubt about it, and the Brits are going to have to find something if they're going to stay in this ball game. It is starting to get a little ugly here in Michigan if you're a Britons fan. 14 ticks on the clock. Let's see maybe if Brendan Teal can take this one back and maybe tighten that gap just a little bit here.
I'd be surprised if La Crosse gives them the opportunity. Why not put it on the ground, right? Kind of negate any return responsibility that they have set up. Put it on the ground, get out of the half, be happy, 34-3.
Again, as we said, the Eagles get the football when they open up the third quarter.
Yeah, that's bad news, too, isn't it, for Albion?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you wonder what Mark Sheridan, the defensive coordinator for Albion, is going to try and come up with at halftime to stop this La Crosse team down, to get them slowed down.
There's that squibbler down in the middle of the football field, and the Brits just do their best. As Riley Orlando there says, holy smokes, this is the first time I've had one kicked at me all year long.
Yeah, see, Orlando treats it like it, doesn't he? Like, What is this brown thing? Why is it coming at me? And then smartly just kind of falls on it.
Good job there. Connor Smith came over to help him, but, the big guys, us big guys, when they kick the ball like that to us, man, we don't want one to get past us, right? Huh? We look bad on TV at that point in time. We got to corral it somehow and get on top of it, and that's what he did.
Yeah, look for our new segment next fall, onside kick responsibility with Jim Funderburg.
Yeah, I go down. We did that about 10 years ago. I pulled a hammy on that play. How's that? Handoff by the Brits is going to go absolutely nowhere, and that's going to end the half, as the Britons will trail 34-3 at the half here. What a football game. Opening round of the NCAAs. And the guys from the WIAC are flexing their muscles here in Michigan at halftime, 34-3. Why don't we take a timeout? When we come back, we'll look at some stats, do some chatting, and get ready for that second half of football here. It's NCAA football from Michigan, and you're watching it here live this afternoon.
Let me tell you about the toughest guy on earth. He does the work of 2 jobs, but only gets paid for one. He's tough enough to feed the man that gave him a lifetime of nourishment. He has the crazy strength to lift the man that raised him up without even flinching. That's right. No employee of the month bonus check here. This guy, no. This warrior will always be by his father's side, even if his dad will hardly remember. Good luck finding a gym to train for that. If this guy isn't the toughest guy on the planet, then I don't know who is. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving.
Hey, Kevin, you thinking about retirement?
Of course I've thought about it, but there's all this stuff in the way.
Oh, you're not kidding.
The house, the kids are going to college.
My new car.
Car? You bought a new car?
Oh, hey, you should meet my friend Avo. Avo's a retirement coach. He'll help get you started.
But what does Avo tell you to do?
You don't know? Focus on your future. Your goals can still be met.
But how?
Target your tomorrow. And use the Avo bet.
You sing?
Not really. A is for taking action. Start off with a plan.
You built these letters?
Yep. V is for variety. There's so many ways you can.
I follow you.
Come on. O's for optimize your savings.
Let Avo lead the way.
Visit aceyourretirement.org today.
Nice sign.
Thanks, I made it myself.
Cool.
There. Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding. Why did the girl ask the mushroom to dance? Because he was a fun guy. What do you call a pig that knows karate? Pork chop. Why was the basketball court all wet? Why? Because the players kept dribbling all over it. Can I tell you another one? So how does a tissue dance? Put a little boogie on it. What's Beethoven's favorite fruit? Banana. What is a boxer's favorite drink? Fruit punch.
Oh no, what happened?
Dave.
Oh, I got this. Hey, kiddo.
Dad. I'm sorry. You know what? Let's take off his sweatshirt. Get rid of pictures of him. We don't have to look at him. Goodbye, Dave.
Mom, you don't understand. He's tagged in like 400 of my posts.
Well, I can cut out tags.
No, that's not how it works.
What is a tag?
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love to share their first with you.
Back here at Albion, it's a rough start if you're a Britons fan this afternoon, as they're down 34-3 here at the half. And we take a look at some of the scoring summary here in this football game. Again, the Britons got the football to open everything up and went 3 and out. And then University of Crosse went all the way down the football field, went 6 plays, 48 yards, took 2 minutes and 13 seconds. There was a 1-yard pass to Sorensen to open everything up from Parks, and it was 7-0 just like that. Brits again couldn't move the football, and again the Eagles take advantage of it. This time they go 6 plays, 58 yards, 2 minutes and 28 seconds, and it's a Stutzman 8-yard run that makes it 13-0 as the extra point was blocked. At that point, everybody thought maybe that there was a little bit of a momentum shift possibly, but the Eagles' defense stiffened up again and kept the Brits from going anywhere. And it was another drive of 11 plays, 59 yards, this time 5 minutes and 26 seconds for the Eagles, as it's a Parks run that makes it 20-0 here with the extra point by Byrne. And then the Brits again in the second quarter as we get the football back, couldn't move the football again, and it's a Dustin Schultz 14-yard touchdown catch from Parks that makes it 27-0. Cooney makes a field goal for the Brits at the minute and 49 mark of the second quarter. A kick from it was 27 yards, and it was 27-3 there for the Britons finally get on the scoreboard. But with just a minute and 49 seconds left to go in that first half, the Eagles able to take the football 7 plays, 65 yards in a minute and 29 seconds. It is a beautiful pass to Samankak in the back right corner of the end zone with great coverage there by the Britons at that point in time, but great hands and a better concentration by that young fella to make it 34-3 here at halftime. For the Britons here this afternoon, it has been a difficult time trying to get anything going. Only 3 first downs, only 7 rushing yards net. But if you look at the other side, too, La Crosse not really doing much better with that whole situation. Well, in fact, passing, the Brits have thrown the ball 8 times. They've completed 5 of them for 112 yards. For La Crosse, 24 throws so far this afternoon, and they have 154 yards. First down, 17 first downs for La Crosse, 7 first downs for the Britons, and the rushing yards here on the first half. 24 rushes for La Crosse for 154 yards, 8 runs for the Brits for a total of 5. Passing yards net, 201 yards there for the La Crosse Eagles, and 112 yards for the Britons this afternoon. La Crosse 16 for 21 with no interceptions. The Britons 12 for 24 with no interceptions. And again, total plays, total offense, 355 total yards of offense so far for the Eagles, 45 plays. For the Britons, 32 plays and just 117 yards of offense. It has been all La Crosse here in the opening half, and that's why they're up 34-3 here as we take another timeout. When I return, I'll have my buddy Miles Holliday with me, and we will take a look at some individual stats, get you ready for that third quarter.
Testing. Why did the girl ask the mushroom to dance? Because he was a fun guy.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Hey, Kevin, you thinking about retirement?
I'd love to, but I'm pretty busy with all this.
Yeah. Hey, let's meet our retirement coach, Avo. A is for taking action.
Not anxiety?
No, Kevin, you're gonna be fine.
You sing?
Barely. V is for variety.
And you dance?
Sort of. Come on. O's for optimize your savings.
Let Avo lead the way.
Visit aceyourretirement.org today.
Nice.
Thanks.
Thank you. You got a king?
Go fish.
It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Jim Funderburg, Miles Holliday here back at Michigan this afternoon, Albion, Michigan. And Miles, let's look at some individual stats from that first half because it's been pretty one-sided.
It sure has. One-sided on the scoreboard, 34-3. La Crosse winning this one, and it's indicative on the stats. Also, the thing that I really want to stress is 2 of 8 on third down for Albion. What a story that is.
Wow.
They're a team that converts about 46% of third downs. Struggling today has been the pressure of La Crosse defensively, bringing the pressure from all kinds of areas, getting in the face of Jack Bush. And the third down conversions for Wisconsin La Crosse, I thought it was almost perfect, but it's 5 of 7.
Yeah.
And I think they hit their first 5 in the football game. But the run game for Albion has not gotten started. Jacob Clark, 5 carries, 20 yards, only 11 total yards net on the first half. Jack Bush, 12 of 24, 112 yards, been sacked twice, harassed seemingly every time he's thrown the football. Receiving-wise, Toko, 3 catches, 33 yards. Thomas, 3 catches, 25 yards. Kyle Thomas has 3 catches for 25 yards, and Colby Canfield 2 for 23 yards. Tackles, Stephen Douglas, one guy that has come to play. He's got 8 tackles, 7 unassisted in that first half. Jeremiah Major, 7 tackles, 4 unassisted. Cleo Brown with 5, and David Akama 4. One name that is not stepping forward on that defensive stat list, though, is Defensive Player of the Year, Mitchell Ardenson. Mitch has been negated by a good offensive line here by Wisconsin La Crosse. On the other side, La Crosse running the football, been very good. 200 yards on offense, or 200 yards rushing the football already. Joey Stutzman with 108 yards on 16 carries. Bowman with 24 as well. Passing Jacob Parks, boy, he has been the real deal. 16 of 21, 201, and 3 touchdowns already on the half. Siminicek had the big catch right before half, 4 for 65, has the touchdown. Sorensen 3 for 22, Schultz 2 for 33, Stutzman 2 for 27 on the screens. And defensively, Ryan Daines leads the way with 4 unassisted tackles for them. Osborne with 3 unassisted, Petrosky with 2, and Elijah All, who's kind of been quiet, big play guy for him, but they haven't needed him to make a lot of plays today. He still has 2 tackles on today. Been total domination by Wisconsin La Crosse.
It has been a tough afternoon here for the Albion Britons, who came into the ball game really, I think, thinking that they had a good shot against this football team. And I'll tell you what, La Crosse came out right away, shut them down on that opening drive. In fact, I think the first 2 plays that the Britons ran were negative yards, and they faced a third down at about 15, 18 yards on that very first drive, and it never got much better since then.
Yeah, good point by you. La Crosse really established tempo early, didn't they?
They
first
did.
Run play on the first run of the game, tackle for loss on Jacob Clark, and then remember the next 2 throws, hands in the face of Bush, and they are batted balls.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, Albion's punting the football.
Yeah. And then they're down 14-0. Then they're down, 13-0, and then 20-0, and 27-0, and finally able to put a field goal on the board. And then how demoralizing would it be for you at that point in time to give the ball back with about a minute and a half to go in that first half, and watch this La Crosse team just methodically go down the football field? And what a great catch in that back right corner of that end zone to score that last touchdown.
It was one of those situations, too. They were going to kind of be happy going out of the half, letting the clock run, and all of a sudden they got a third down conversion, got on the plus side and said, hey, we might as well give it another shot. And next thing you know, it's 34-3. But, Jim, back in 1992, I was watching an NFL playoff game with my mom. Scores lopsided at half. She said, turn it off, it's over.
Yeah.
We watched the second half, and the biggest comeback in NFL history in the playoffs. The Oilers blew it as the Bills came back and won. So, you got teams that are competitive. A team that is resilient like Albion, they still have a chance. They got to get a good stop here, one play on top of another, to start stacking good plays, get some momentum, see if you can get back in this.
You need something to go your way, I think, right now, Miles. If you're Albion, though, you need that break. You need that interception that goes back for a touchdown, and all of a sudden now it's 34-10. You need that fumble that you scoop and score with. You need something more than just the turnover, because they got the early turnover in the end zone, but weren't able to do anything with it. But now, if you're going to get back in this one, you need something that's really going to be a little magical for that football team. A couple other scores of note out there. Whitewater is absolutely rolling Greenville right now, 28-0. Wheaton on top of Aurora, 14-6. And let's see, we've got some of the games don't start until this afternoon at 3 o'clock. But we're looking over the NCAA scoreboard right now and trying to pick up a couple of things for you. Let's see, St. John over Lake Forest, 13-0. And obviously the game right here, 34-3 as La Crosse on top of Albion. As we step away one more time, when we come back, we'll be ready for the kick of the third quarter. The Eagles get the football. Brits down 34-3 here on the NCAA Football Network.
Where'd you get this stuff? So there you are, shuffling through a stack of resumes, and you come to mine. This is it. First impression. My way in. But here's the thing. Can my resume show you how I truly stand out? Can one piece of paper really tell you my whole story? Like that I was studying, going to night school while working 2 jobs just to help my parents pay for groceries. Or how anytime there was an opportunity, I was the first one to step up. Because I wasn't gonna let my life, my circumstances dictate who I was gonna become. And all of that determination, the commitment, the drive, that's me. And that's something you just can't put on paper. Look beyond the resume and discover new ways to develop great talent, like me.
I want to eat apples and bananas. I need to eat apples and bananas. Why can't I eat apples and bananas?
Support the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks to help provide meals to those in need. Join us at feedingamerica.org.
Hey, Dad, I need your help asking Jessica to prom.
Of course. Love is like the ocean. You have to tread the
Oh,
waters.
Dad, that's not the kind of help I needed. Hey, Jessica. Will you go to prom with me?
Yes.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care can't wait to share their first with you.
Oh, sweetie. Okay, you know what? Let's take off his sweatshirt. Get rid of pictures of him. You don't have to look at him. Goodbye, Dave.
Mom, you don't understand. He's tagged in like 400 of my posts.
I can cut out tags.
No, that's not how it works.
What is a tag?
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love to share their first with you.
Hey, let's check out this park. Oh, wow, that's really cool. To find a great local park or forest near you, go to discovertheforest.org.
Testing. Why did the girl ask the mushroom to dance? Because he was a fun guy.
Tough afternoon so far for the home team. You get to host the game, and when you host the game, you expect that that's going to give you a little bit of a leg up on that one, Miles, and it has not been. In this case, Wisconsin lacrosse comes down.
Now, somebody forgot to tell Coach Janis and Wisconsin lacrosse that you're not supposed to play well on the road.
No, you're supposed to be a good guest here and allow things to happen a little bit better than that. But it's been a good afternoon so far for the Eagles. They're up 34-3, and they will get the football to open up the quarter number 3 here with this ball game as well. And I don't know, what do you look for if you're at this point in time, the Britons? How do you make this thing turn around? If you're a lacrosse, what are you going to do in this opening? Do you get conservative now with this first drive, or do you keep doing what you've been doing?
Well, if you're Wisconsin lacrosse, you do have to start thinking about shortening the game a little bit. You're up 31 points, so take away opportunities because it's going to take a lot of possessions for Albion to get back in it, and don't give them more possessions than they need. So run the football. Why not? You've been running the football extremely well in that first half, so let your offensive line take you home. And if you're Albion, offensively, it wasn't as bad as it looks at times. They found something with the 5 wide. Go back to that throw short, okay? When you ran the football effectively right at Wisconsin lacrosse, they got positive yardage. So those are two things that if you're Coach Stephen Wassel, you can develop something out of that and see if you can start stacking plays, get that score, and make it 34-10, maybe 34-17. Then watch this place energized if you get back in the football game.
Sabunkak will go back deep, and he'll stand at his 2-yard line as the Britons go to kick this ball off. 15 more minutes on the scoreboard, and this was deep and a little bit short as he'll come up and pick it up on the 10 to the 20 to the 25-yard line. Has a little bit of a lane to the 35-yard line, and then finally deposited out of bounds at about the 36 right here in front of the Britons bench.
And he's going to pick up a fantastic block by number 10, Caden Bocher, the 6-foot, 180-pound sophomore from Oso. Gets a block right there to spring him free. Good starting position on the 36-yard line for Wisconsin lacrosse.
And again, if you're lacrosse, if you get a little bit deeper into this third quarter, when do you make the change? If this remains a 31-point game. When do you start to change a few faces or bring a couple of new faces in so that you're ready to go to North Central next week and play the number 1 team in the country?
You don't want to do it too early. So you get to the fourth quarter, then you start to make that decision if the score stays true. As Brooks Flanagan, number 22, that made a tackle on kickoff.
Parks turns around, hands to Stutzman, and oh my goodness, the hole opens up, and Stutzman is ahead for another first down. He'll get 11, closing in on that 50-yard line stripe.
Watch the push on the left-hand side. Hat on hat, just running it right by. Jeremiah Major makes a tackle, but not before another Stutzman first down.
Major's made a bunch of tackles, but you don't really like those tackles that your linebackers making when they're 10, 12 yards down the football field. Like to see those made right around the line of scrimmage. First down and 10 now. Eagles, as they go back to that same look, they've got that H-back, fullback combination sitting over on this side, and they'll run behind it this time. Cuts across that two-gap, and Stutzman's up the football field and down into Britain's territory at the 35-yard line.
Yeah, watch number 80, Will Jostin, going to get the kick out right there. Kind of allow Stutzman to get to the second level in a hurry, and I don't know if they give out Player of the Year as a lead blocker, but they might. Will Jostin gets it done.
He really, really, really has been tough all afternoon. Made it tough on the Britons here this afternoon to try to corral him just a little bit, and he's opening up holes on the left side. He's opening up holes on the right side. He's on that left side in that H spot right now, and they'll go the opposite direction.
Yeah, it's going to be a false start. Good job by the topside official catching it. It was just small, but it was a false start on the left-hand side of that offensive line.
Offense, number 76, 5-yard penalty. First down.
Noah Coleman, the sophomore from Wilmot, gets called for it.
One of the few mistakes that the Eagles have made all afternoon long. And it will be a first down now at about 15 with the ball sitting right on the 40-yard line. Again, for the Britons, they need something to happen at this point in time. They need to be able to make that ball go back into their possession as quickly as possible. And if you're the Eagles, you just like what's happening and how this thing has all started. They'll fake the Stutzman and throw it down the sideline. Good coverage down that right side. And Matisse enters, and the late flag is going to come in.
That's a tough one. Bobby Willis is going to get victimized. Thought Bobby had really good coverage on the inside hip. If that's going to be called interference, just throw the ball at will because it's going to be interference any time.
Wow, that was a tough one there. Ball a little bit overthrown as well. So the crowd on this side, the home side, not happy with that.
Number 7, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Yeah, Bobby trying to ask, what I do, sir? I think we all want to know.
See if we can see this one more time here. Here's the fake to Stutzman and the toss down the field. And I didn't see anything in real time, and I didn't see anything in the replay at that point in time that would have made me pull that flag out of my pocket, but the official saw it a little different way. That one bounced. Timeout. And they didn't see that either. You can see it from this side. 14 scooped it up off the carpet, and they'll say it's a completed pass.
Yeah, this looks like one of your drives off the tee. It's going to hit off the ground.
Boom.
Yeah,
there it is. One big bounce, and 14 picks it up and runs it up the sideline again. So there's 2 in a row for my money. And, again, I'm not supposed to be negative against the officials here today, but that one hopped.
Well, the official that side, he was blocked out by Enters, right? Enters
couldn't see him.
Couldn't see, so
no doubt.
You only call what you can see.
On this side, you could tell that it caught a little turf there before it got into the hands by Enders. Stutzman tackled in the middle of the defensive line by the Brits as they're starting to try to muscle up just a little bit. They got to keep the Eagles out of the end zone on this drive.
Yeah, DeAndre Sanders, number 23, is going to arrive right there, get involved along with Jeremiah Major. Jeremiah Major, yet again, another tackle for this Albion defense.
3rd down and 8 now for the Eagles. 12:26, just underway. Opening drive, third quarter. Eagles would like to knock this in. A score right here pretty much puts it out of reach.
Well, you notice that their pace has been very deliberate on this first drive. Eating clock, keeping the ball on the ground.
Some uncheck down here along with Jostin in the H-back spot again. Park steps up. He's got room, but he'll throw. And this one back behind his intended receiver. And, again, that one caught turf here.
Well-schooled quarterback play by Parks. moves around in the pocket, but you notice, Jim, he keeps the ball in a good throwing position the whole time that he moves around in the pocket, ready to pull the trigger anytime.
Stutter was the intended receiver. That ball behind him, and it skipped to him. So they'll try a 40-yard field goal. This one with the wind in their face. Actually, they make it 41. Byrne has been pretty doggone good with these, though. He's 7 out of 8 with anything under 40 yards. Long at 48, good snap, good placement. Ball's on its way and is heading in the right direction, and it is good. Gets just inside that right upright, and that's 37-3 now as they answer that field goal that the Brits got late in that second quarter. But if you're the Brits, I think at this point in time, I guess if you got a moral victory, if you got anything you can rally around, at least you held them out of the end zone, and you've got an opportunity now to see that offense that has been so high-powered all year long maybe get back on the field and put something together here in this second half.
Well, he just barely snuck that one in, that upright, didn't he? Barely got it in, but it's going to count in the scorebook as a field goal. Makes it 37-3, and we'll see what kind of changes were done at halftime by this Albion offense. See if they can start putting some touchdowns together. 37-3 still leaves the door open a little bit for you.
Need a couple of breaks, and you need something to happen in a hurry right now, like maybe Brendan Teal taking this thing back 99 yards like he did a little while ago in this football season. Let's see if Teal can return this one.
It's been a good coverage unit for this La Crosse team. Stack in the middle of guys that can run down and make tackles. That's where your linebacker types show up, and they've stacked the kickoff team accordingly.
Last time Teal faced a team from Wisconsin, he took it back 98 yards. This one, if he does, is going to be from 95 because he takes it in at the 5-yard line, finds some room in the middle of the field. He's still on his feet. Now he's got some speed as he cuts it to the outside and be knocked out of bounds just in front of the La Crosse bench there at about the 43-yard line.
Now, when you're the kicker, your job is to be the safety, right? You're not going to run down and get tackles. You just want to keep the returner in front of you, stop the long touchdown run, and, well, this is going to be a great example of what you do if you're the kicker. Look at the hold right there, doesn't get called. Kicker knocks Teal out of bounds. Fantastic work. Good responsibility as a safety man.
You know, Byrne is an athlete, too, a receiver as well as a kicker, so, you know, that's another good thing to have a guy like that on a football field.
Well, you know, Jim, all kickers try to say that they're athletes.
Yeah, well, there you go. This one really is, though. He can actually, he's actually caught a few catches, made a few catches this year as well as being a phenomenal kicker. So the Britons go 1st and 10. They go empty look. Quickly, the ball gets out of the hands and broken up on that sideline. Boy, I thought it was a completion, but Toko, this time, number 2, drew a little coverage from the Eagles.
Yeah, look at it. The box is vacated. Just rushing 3, dropping 8 against this 5-wide look, and they're going to play zone, right? So if you're going to throw quick, they're going to be able to throw quick throws outside. You're going to be able to plant and run up real quick and get on that throw.
Max Duco with a nice job of breaking that one up as Toko had about 3 or 4 catches there in that drive to end that second quarter for the Brits. They'll go to the ground, and this is Kyle Thomas, and Kyle Thomas is going to be dropped in the backfield. You wonder maybe if you don't let Kyle maybe toss that ball here from that backfield spot as well, but as quickly as what that pursuit happened, Kyle didn't have a chance to do anything on that play.
Yeah, Ryan Gengler, the man with the flowing locks playing nose tackle, got back there, made the tackle on Thomas. 3rd down and long yet again for this Albion offense.
Boy, this has been the story of the afternoon, hasn't it? And they're showing blitz, and here they come. Bush gets away, makes the completion out into the flat. Still on the feet is Kyle Thomas, and Kyle Thomas made what looked to be about a 7 or 8 yard pickup after it was really snuffed out early. I thought he was going to go down early, but we got a flag in the backfield.
Now, it's going to be decision time. You're going to see the hold right there. They're going to say Rosecott was holding. Throw the flag on that one. So do you let the 4th down and 4, or do you take the penalty and make it 3rd down and forever? I think La Crosse is going to accept the penalty and make it 3rd down forever.
Offense.
I would think that probably would be a smart idea.
10-yard penalty, 3rd down.
So 3rd down and forever, as you said, for the Britons as they mark that off what was already a 3rd down and 13, now becomes a 3rd down at about 24. As the Britons move all the way back to the 32-yard line. Well, what kind of a play do you have for 3rd down and 24? We're about to find out. Triples down here. Here comes the heat again. They're going to throw it to the middle of the field, and it's intercepted. What a nice job by Duco at the 40-yard line. Man, Max Duco looked like a wide receiver as he pulled that one in over his left shoulder.
Hey, shades of Lynn Swann in Super Bowl 10, right? Watch him climb the ladder. Duco is just going to launch himself in the air. This is going to be a catch by Toko. No, it's not, as he's going to climb the ladder. Unbelievable athletic play. Yeah, another big play in this football game for La Crosse's defense.
Yeah, there's the first takeaway by the Eagles on the afternoon. They gave the ball away on that fumble here in the second quarter, but this is the first time their defense has been able to take one away, and it comes at a very inopportune time for the Britons, down 37-3. First down and 10 now for the Eagles at the 43-yard line. Hand off to Stutzman, and I would have to think that you're going to see an awful lot of number 6 right now, as he'll pick up about 2 yards, but more importantly, that clock will continue to roll. And they went back to Bohan there again, so they're moving back and forth between those two running backs right now.
Yeah, Dwayne Liggett does a great job playing the nose one-on-one against Alex Bongers, wins that battle, stops the run.
Second down and 8 now as Bohan stays into the contest. Looks like they're alternating about every other series now. There, for a while after that fumble, we thought that maybe Stutzman was sitting down to think about a few things. Bohan now on that sweep, left side. Ball's on the ground. Who's got it? Brits have the football. And maybe there's the break that the Britons have been needing. So now both running backs have put the ball on the carpet here on a Saturday afternoon at Schmidt-Fraser Field.
Yeah, Casimir Johnson's going to be one that's going to come up with the fumble. Who causes it? Let's find out. Right there. Was it Mitch Aronson coming across and stripping it out? I believe it was it. That's what they're saying in the press box. It was Mitch Aronson that caused it. He's going to get credit for it up here. Finally, a big play by the interior front of Albion.
So the Britons with the football back with under 10 minutes to play in the third quarter and maybe just a little bit of life. Let's see what they can take advantage of it. Throw goes to Colby Canfield, and Canfield hit immediately, but he'll have about 4 yards on that first down pickup.
Yeah, Max Bauer, who's playing the cover 2 flat, just keeps his eyes in the backfield, waits for the throw to come to him, makes an easy tackle.
4 yards on first down. That's a positive start for this Britons football team as it's second down now and 6. Handoff goes to Clark. He's met in the backfield. He'll change directions and find the room no easier when he heads back towards that Eagles bench as the white shirts converge on him and drop him in the backfield. And it's Reinfeldt and friends in that backfield to knock him down for a loss of a couple. Third down and 9 now.
How many times have you just seen white jerseys living in the backfield of Albion all day long?
Well, you know, the difference between the Eagles and the Brits so far this afternoon, the Eagles have been able to maintain those blocks for a longer period of times. The Eagles have been able to get off those Briton blocks a lot easier and make that tackle. And we have a procedure call, I think, that they're going to go against Albion.
I think they're going to get a nice wander.
Offense.
The left tackle.
Number 70. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
Look, he's going to get called for, but that's on Bush, right? You're a big tackle, and you've got a speed rusher playing a wide 9, and you have to sit. Hey, snap the ball for me, will you?
Yeah, yep, no doubt. Gets a little anxious up down there in that football
Jack
field
Kelly,
at that point in time.
who's been screaming by his left shoulder all day long.
Bush with an empty backfield, looks across the middle. He's got Justin Thomas, and Thomas will have the first down as he lowers the shoulders and goes into Eagles territory at the 40-yard line.
Yeah, it's going to be the mismatch inside again. You got Thomas working against the linebacker. You're going to win that battle every time. A.J. Spachala been victimized earlier in the game by that same route. Same time, Thomas gets the advantage.
How many times have we called number 1's name this afternoon? Not enough if you're a Britons fan, that's for sure. Bush extends the play, hits it to Toko down at the 30-yard line, and Mark Toko has come up extremely large here this afternoon.
And Toko tiptoes the sidelines for a completion. Going to be a little bit short of the first down. Bush leaves the pocket, finds Toko. 4th catch on the day for Mark Toko.
Nice job of Bush to be able to float that over the hard rush. And I'll tell you what, these Eagles have been very tough to throw over here today. And now we've got a flag, and what are we going to see here?
I think they're going to get a hold in the secondary.
It looked like there was definitely either a hold or interference on Justin Thomas. That ball really uncatchable, thrown out of bounds over his head by 10, 15 yards. A holding call I could see.
And it was Jack Kelly, number 1, the defensive end, that got pressure again on Jack Bush. He has caused fits for Nicewander all day long with that speed rush.
Referee talking things over with his crew, and we're about to hear his decision.
Receiver downfield. Offense, number 2, 5-yard penalty, second down.
So what they're going to say is Thomas had covered him up. Toko was the inside receiver, was not allowed to release. Just a formation misalignment by Albion.
So instead of that setting up as 2nd and short, now it's 2nd down and 6. And again, another mistake that has hurt the Britons all afternoon. Let's see if they can overcome this one. 8:01 to play, quarter number 3. They're down by 34 points here to a very tough Eagles football team. Bush drops, throws into the flat. This is Toko again, and Toko will get it back to the 30-yard line, and he'll be very close to that first down marker. It's going to depend on the spot.
Yeah, we're going to see Brian Whitehead getting a little creative defensively. He's going to call a Tampa 2, but he's going to do it out of a cover 3 look. Flat defender is going to roll all the way back to the middle of the field, confuse that Albion offense, but you still have a chance out here on 3rd down and short.
3rd down and 1, and again, no running back in the backfield for the Britons as they go empty set. 3 to the top, 2 to the bottom. Justin Thomas and Toko on this side. Teo Canfield on the other side, but they're going to go to Thomas, and Justin Thomas has the catch and the first down, and he's inside the 20 to about the 17-yard line. And all of a sudden, they're starting to target number 1 and maybe a little softer coverage out of these Eagles in the second half.
Well, you tell your quarterback if they bring more than we can protect, you have to beat them with a throw. That time, they bring Jack Anderson outside. He doesn't have enough speed to get to Bush as Bush decides to throw it before he can get there.
Bush again with that empty look, and he's got triples to the top. Number 1 and number 2 on this side, Toko and Thomas, and he goes across the middle to Toko, and he throws it just a little bit out of his reach, so it'll be 2nd down and 10.
It looked like the U official helped out on that one.
Yeah.
Let's see if Toko runs into him here on the replay. Yeah, it kind of gets in the way. That's one of those things you see Toko kind of upset. You got to get away from that official.
Not much you can do about them. They're just part of the playing field, right?
That's right.
Unfortunately, sometimes it goes against you. Sometimes maybe it helps you. But that time for the Britons,
I would not want to be that official.
No, I don't.
Because how do you get out of the way?
Yeah, that's a tough spot. He's got to be the most mobile guy on the football field. Here comes the blitz. And that ball's knocked loose, knocked down, and they're going to call it an incompleted pass as everybody's running for it back in the backfield. Jack Kelly again putting on the heat.
Jack Anderson comes free in the middle of the field. Boy, it's about the 4th or 5th time already that a ball's been batted. And you said correctly, Jack Kelly on the outside came free as well. And you got 2 guys coming free. It's tough enough if you're Jack Bush to get around 1. 2 guys coming free in a hurry. And partner, these guys get off the football field fast, don't they?
They get up the field in a hurry, man. There's
fly.
no doubt. Yep, no doubt about that. This is by far the quickest and best team we've seen all year long. 3rd down now and 10 for the Britons. Throw the ball across the middle. There's a touchdown. Good job by the Brits. When you need one, go to number 5, Colby Canfield.
It's a great throw by Jack Bush. There's a small window in the middle of the field. They're running too high. Drop 9 actually in coverage. And there's going to be a small window between the backers and the 2 high safeties right there. And he finds it. Great throw of the day for Jack Bush. Touchdown for Albion.
Another one of those 5th-year seniors here at Albion. And the Britons, at least for the moment, still have some life. Good snap, good kick. Make it 37-10. Britons down now by 27 points. But the defense, it's in their hands right now, brother. I think that's where it's at. Defense got to come out and make something happen if you're a Britons fan.
Yeah, we talked earlier, though, in the first half, you got to steal possession sometime, right? Maybe now is where you try the surprise onside, kind of pooch one, see if you can get it. You're going to have to steal a possession, get it back to a workable number. Down by 27, you're going to ask your defense, cause another turnover for you.
Yeah. Well, you got it there with that fumble that last time.
Sure.
Maybe that's the steal you needed. Maybe that's the momentum you can get to turn this thing around just a little bit.
You think Coach Beer is going over to Mark Sheridan, the defense coordinator, saying, hey, run that play again. It causes turnover.
Exactly. Do that one again. You've done it well twice here today.
Yeah.
Can you run it a third and a fourth and a fifth time maybe this afternoon?
How about every snap from here on out?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's wishful thinking, I think, at that point in time if you're a Britons fan. Simonchak back deep. Simon Kak back deep at about the 5-yard line waiting for this kick. Well, I'll tell you what, I've been impressed with that young fellow all afternoon, too.
How the catch he made in the end zone over top of
goodness.
Connor Smith.
Yeah, wonderful situation. Kind of a short pop-up at about the 20-yard line. They're going to take 22 out of this one. Returned at the 30, 40, and they're going to pay for it maybe up the midfield stripe and out of bounds just into Britain's territory. What a return.
Well, you see why Lacrosse likes to put smaller numbers on their kickoff return. Well, the smaller numbers, they can move, right? They run a return to the left, and look at all the bodies getting on purple jerseys. They get away with a creative block right there. That should have been called a hold, but hey, he's going to step out of bounds, but not before he gets across midfield.
Brent Bohan, the young man with the return, and he returns it back to the 48-yard line. So whatever momentum the Brits had there a minute ago kind of gets wiped out by a nice return. Number 10. Back into the ball game. First down for about 2 yards, maybe 3 yards. Levi Ladd back on the field. I see what you're telling me now. I'm sorry about that, partner. I'm a little slow on that, Yeah. Two handfuls. All of a sudden, I got 2 handfuls for my partner. You have to be in the booth right now. Levi Ladd, who has been injured all year long. You see him running out on the field right now with the knee brace. He went down a few weeks ago, and boy, I'll tell you what, the linebacker with the big heart and a torn ACL right now, trying to make it a go as he gets onto the football field. A nice pickup by you there, Miles. Good job. Camsmer Johnson almost makes the play on Parks in the backfield, but he gets away from it and completes the throw and catch up the football field to Dustin Schultz. Look at Johnson almost get the big fella. And then Parks does a nice job to run out of the pressure and find his receiver in the flats, Dustin Schultz, for the 9-yard pickup. 3rd down and 1 now.
Yeah, Parks is just so amazing at sliding just enough.
Yeah, he's
getting away from defenders in the pocket.
And we got movement on the middle of that defensive line. I think it's going to be offsides against the Brits, which will give them the easy first down.
How wily is Parks, right? Slides a little bit on the last throw, get himself some room to throw, and then 3rd and short, you know what? We'll go hut. And get Leggett to jump.
Number 51, 5-yard penalty, results in a first down.
Leggett jumps off sides. That gives the Eagles a first down. First down and 10 here.
Yeah, Leggett made contact with the offensive line, and that's one you can't go to the sideline, Coach. No, I didn't jump. Well, you made contact. You did.
I heard the bump there from the sideline.
He bongers, and that's a penalty.
First down and 10. They go back to the running game again. And a nice run off that right side. We got a new guy in, Brad. That is Tobin, 27 now in that ball game, I believe. Nope, that's 37 actually in the game. And we'll have to look that number up, actually. Don't have a 37. I have to go to the big roster now as we're starting to get some of those names for a little deeper down in the rotation. Michaelkowski. So Michaelkowski with the run and the 7-yard pickup on first down. Make it 2nd down and 3 here. 5 minutes to play in the ball in the 3rd quarter. Parks goes under center. Go back to Michaelkowski again, and he'll have enough for the first down as he spins his way inside the 25 to the 24-yard line.
Noah Anderson, number 98, is going to come down the line of scrimmage, make the tackles. They're trying to run the stretch play to the left. That's where you got to make the play when a running back makes a cut. Your defensive line has to arrive in time. Noah Anderson, who left the game earlier with an injury, good to see him back, moving well, making a tackle on the line of scrimmage.
No doubt about that. Anderson, who went off really hobbling with no pressure at all in that right leg. Looked like maybe his day was done, but the big fellow's been in there quite a bit since then, and a nice tackle on his part. First down and 10. Can they go back to that same look as they've got Mikowski in that backfield for them? And that ball kind of bobbled between he and Mikowski, and the Britons all over that one. Unfortunately, not a little quicker in that backfield when that ball was in midair. he'll get to the line of scrimmage and not much more.
And that big Mitch Aronson shows up in the backfield. You're going to see him right there playing off the block, delivers the hit. Kind of the timing was thrown off as the bobble. It looked like it was almost going to be a direct snap to the running back.
It did, yeah. Parks did a nice job, though, to corral that and get it to his running back.
They just say that all the time, right?
Parks,
nice job. Parks, nice job. What a player he has been today.
He has been spectacular this afternoon. Even though his numbers are not really overwhelming this afternoon, the things that he has done has just been spotless. Looking down to the end zone, going to throw it, and he's got his guy, and he's got the hook up to Sorensen for the touchdown. 24-yard connection. Good coverage by the Brits, but an even better throw in the back of the end zone.
Yeah, Parks has been efficient all day, but this is spectacular right here. Look at that. His feet aren't even really set. Throws off the foot and delivers a rope into the end zone on the post. Wow, Katie Bardador, another easy score for La Crosse. How good has been Jacob Parks?
Oh, wonderful. Khalil Brown with some really good coverage on that throw as well, but the ball just where it needed to be. Extra point is up and good, and just like that, it's 44-10. So the Britons score, and then the Eagles score. And just when you think maybe you're making a little bit of a comeback there, the Britons find themselves again back by 34 points. And so I'll tell you what, that is an impressive young man. It's going to be interesting to watch what happens next week when these guys go over to Illinois and play North Central.
Well, it's a battle-tested team, right?
Yeah, it is.
This La Crosse team has not shied away from playing people. And every time they've had a big event against a power team, even like Grand Valley, they have played really well and been in football games. So they'll be tested. And plus the confidence of coming in here. You know, a big trip, going on the road, getting a win here. Oh, boy, they'll breed more and more confidence as they go.
Yeah. And, you know, again, that you've got a North Central team that had the week off, so they're sitting and just kind of healing and resting just a little bit, getting ready for the contest next week. But, you know, again, they're going to have their hands full. This is not an easy out for anybody in this tournament this week. And 32 teams go in, 16 teams move on for next week. And they're going to have an interesting afternoon in Illinois as they'll kick little Squibber this time, try to keep that ball away from Teal. Scooped up by Toko at the 30 outside to the 32-yard lines and then steps out of bounds. And again, when you put those guys, just like the last time, Bohan in the back to scoop that ball up and return it nicely for the Eagles. This time Toko scoops it up off the carpet.
Well, the cool thing for Wisconsin La Crosse is, you know, belief is a powerful thing.
Yeah.
So you get to win today, a real big win, 44-10, might even be bigger than that.
Still got a quarter to play.
Yeah, and if you're Matt Janis, you're like, look, somebody's going to win a championship at the end of this.
Yeah.
Why can't it be us?
Yeah.
You know, look how good we're playing. We've got the belief. Somebody's going to have to get an upset. Why can't it be us?
Well, how many people right now are looking at Whitewater being in that final 3 or 4, and these guys gave Whitewater everything they wanted when they played them 2 weeks ago. Fake the ball to Clark, throw the ball out into the flats. That's complete. And standing out of bounds, I believe, again, is Cody Canfield, I believe. Is that 5 or was that Teal? I think that's Teal number 6, wasn't it, at that time?
Yeah, Brandon Teal outside, who, a year from now will probably be the big play receiver in the offense with Justin Thomas graduating.
That's enough for a first down as Teal gets about 11 on that catch. Steps out of bounds, clock still runs at 3 minutes and 10 seconds to play. Clark comes from the wing to the backfield.
A good picture of how high the safeties are playing now. They're content to let Albion catch things in front as the clock is their best friend.
Clark runs for a very short pickup as Josh Doshner able to corral him for about a yard loss. Tell you what, the pursuit on this team, that second-level pursuit that I've seen today, you get past the first guy, but the guy that's trailing the darn thing that's run from the other side of the field makes the tackle on you. It has been just a picture-perfect afternoon for these young folks from Wisconsin. They've played extremely well. Here comes the heat. Bush gets rid of it. Caught nicely. That's number 5. This time Colby Canfield pulls it down. Canfield had the touchdown. Got about a 5, 6, almost 7-yard reception there after the loss, so it'll set up a second down now and about 4. Third down and 4.
Trevor Helen, number 7, makes the tackle. 56 tackles on the year. A lot of these guys in the secondary for Wisconsin lacrosse have high numbers in tackles because, as you said on the snap before, they run to the football so well.
It's amazing. You think you get past that first wave, and it's the guy that's trailing the play that makes the play. Britt's offensive line holds extremely well that time, and again, it goes across the middle, completed to Canfield again, and Canfield inside the 40 to about the 38-yard line. Colby Canfield, who's playing his last game the way it looks for the Britons.
Yeah, good job up front, taking care of the blitz, stepping inside, taking care of inside gap, allows Jack Bush to have a little bit of time to find Canfield for a first down.
Canfield says, if we're going out today, man, I'm going to make it worth my while here in this second half. Third quarter coming to an end. Bush drops. He's got time. Throws it across the middle. He's got Thomas, and this is going to be 6. Kyle Thomas with the grab and the touchdown from 38 yards.
That's fitting that Kyle Thomas gets a touchdown. Might be his last game ever. He's a guy that's played quarterback, running back, and receiver this year alone. 16 catches coming in today with 3 TDs. Adds his 4th one right there. Quick post. Gets it done.
Imagine this. Kyle Thomas has thrown for 5 touchdowns on the year as well and run for 2 more back when he was playing football as the quarterback of this football team on that off week, and then a couple times when they bring him in as more of a wildcat. Extra point by Cooney is wide left. And so 44-16 will be the score after the missed extra point. And the Britons defense will come back out on the field and try to find a solution to this Eagles offense, because run, pass, it really hasn't mattered this afternoon, Miles. Every time these Eagles get the football, they seem to have the solution to march that thing down the field and score.
That's a team that averages 35 points a game, and Michael McGuire, the offensive coordinator and play caller over there for Wisconsin lacrosse, kind of a fun day, right? Everything you call on your play sheet works.
Yeah.
You know, usually early in a game you circle plays that you want to come back to on your play sheet that are good.
Yeah.
He probably had circles everywhere. Just circle the whole play sheet.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Who needs it? He threw the play sheet out the window probably by now.
And really, you're allowed to do that because your offensive line has been so good. Those guys up front have delivered the goods in a big way.
So Muncat goes back to the 5-yard line waiting this kick. Let's see if the Brits will kick it to him or they'll kick it a little bit short. Last time they did that to Bohan, and he had a great return. So they'll kick it to Muncat this time. Big high bounce. He'll field it on the 2-yard line. Out to the 10. Heads to the middle of the football field. Runs into his own guy first, but he's still on his feet. Now the Britons swarm at the 25, 26-yard line, and they'll bring him down there.
Yeah, tremendous discipline by Wunsch, number 42. Holding true to his hash mark. Doesn't leave it. And a lot of guys will try to pursue and leave their area, but he's going to stay true right there on the hash. Waits for the ball carrier to come back to him and delivers a big Wunsch for a tackle on the kickoff.
Well, let's see what running back they'll have this time. Last time they changed horses just a little bit and went to Ben Michaelkowski, and he looked pretty solid. This time they'll go to 25, Brent Bohan, who will be in the backfield. Got quite a few snaps this afternoon, and maybe Joey Stutman's day. That might be the first guy that gets an afternoon off, wouldn't you bet?
Yeah, no need really, right? You're up big. Let your backup running backs get some work and have Stutzman be healthy and ready to go a week from now.
Bohan gets a couple as the Britons center that defensive line stiffens up, and again, big Jeremiah Major in the middle of that whole mess as well.
Yeah, Connor Smith steps up as well. Weak side linebacker flies through, gets involved.
Major and Smith both going to be back next year, and another year under their belt. It's going to be interesting to see how well they play in the MIAA next year. Pickup is 2, second down and 8. 43 seconds and counting here in quarter number 3, and the Brits down by 28, 44-16. Parks looked like he was coming under center. That goes back into that pistol look. He's got triples to the top, and he's got one single running back. That's Bohan in the backfield. They'll hand it to him. They'll come left side. And again, the Brits submarine him at the 30-yard line for a very short pickup, and it'll be third down now in about 7.
So Parks goes up and tells the offensive line, we're going to change. We're going to run to the right-hand side because they think they have the advantage. They went trips to the top side, and then the tight end to the short side tried to run to the tight end side, but Casimir Johnson does a great job of blowing that up.
Well, that'll be the end of the third quarter as we'll flip sides, and the Britons defense needs to hold here and let the offense maybe take one more shot at it here.
Third quarter.
So 3 quarters in the books, Brits down 44-16 here in NCAA week number 1. And tell you what, it's been an interesting afternoon of football. And as you and I have both been, very impressed with the Eagles that came out of Wisconsin this afternoon. Go back up and maybe take a look. The Buckeyes were just rolling over Michigan State a little while ago. I don't think anybody was watching that game. They were watching this game probably, and then so we had to keep them on top of that one.
As a Buckeye fan, I was a little worried about this one, but I've been told that it's now 49-0 Ohio State.
49-0. Now, let me ask you this one. All week long, the conversation up at East Lansing has been, are we going to pay our head coach $96 million for the next 10 years?
Mm-hmm.
And then you go down to Columbus and you get thumped like this one today.
Right.
Does that number go down to maybe $92 million now after that conversation, or $86 million, or where's that landing spot after this
How
one?
many cigars can Mel Tucker buy with $92 million? Hey, if they're gonna give it, you might as well take it, right?
No, you know what? I am totally opposed to giving those kind of dollars to any kind of athlete personally. All right.
Well,
but that is the nature of the beast. That is the money that's being paid nowadays. So I agree.
My grandma always said, "Dummy give, smarty take." So if they're offering,
no doubt,
take that money.
All right, we'll open up quarter number 4. There's 15 minutes left in this one. Parks again in the ball game, and he's going to drop and look to throw. Here comes the heat. He'll toss it underneath, and the Britons will snuff it out and make the tackle short of the first down. I believe it'll be 4th down and 1, depending on this spot.
The topside official is waving that it's a conversion. That's that under concept that's been tough all day long. That time the safety, Stephen Douglas, comes flying up to stop it. And we're going to see right here if he gets it. Again, Parks just subtle in the pocket, moves, makes the completion. Stephen Douglas is going to make the tackle, knee down. Yeah, they're going to say, I think they're going to bring it out for a measure. Nope.
We got
a penalty.
All right, it missed the penalty entirely. What they call was a holding call?
Yeah. Defensive holding is what they say, so it's going to be an automatic first down.
Wow. So the penalty will go, it was the 10-yard penalty will negate a good defensive stand there by the Britons. And Stephen Douglas, who looked like he held the receiver just a little bit short, what would have been a 4th down and a foot, turns into 1st down and 10, and the Eagles can maintain possession here.
And yet another big 3rd down conversion.
They'll go back to Bohan. He'll try left side, and he'll have some room. He's got about 7, make it 8, almost 9 when it's over and done with at the 49-yard line.
Running that stretch play again to the left-hand side. Akama can't get there on the backside to cut it off. Finally, Stephen Douglas is there to meet him. And how good has Stephen Douglas been for this Albion defense? Good thing he showed up today and filling in for Drew Schaefer. He's a guy that moving forward, you might feel good about that safety position with him.
Well, you watch him grow year after year after year, and that's the fun part about a college program like this one. You get a chance to come back next year and see these guys who were sophomores last year that moved into that junior year, another year in the weight room and everything else. He has really upped his game here this afternoon, even though the scoreboard doesn't show it right now. Handoff goes forward for the 1st down, mark the ball at the 48-yard line. And again, back into Bohan again for about 2 yards. So,
blocking down, letting your center, Alex Bongers, lead the way as he pulls around. It is so difficult to snap it and then pull, but Bongers athletic enough to do it.
So 1st down and 10 again for the Eagles as they start to work that clock pretty hard at that running game. And it's run, move the clock. Let's get back on the bus and get back up to La Crosse. They'll hand it to Bohan again. He'll try to sweep, puts his head down, and runs into a bunch of Britons right around the line of scrimmage. So he'll get maybe a yard out of that one.
Yeah, if you want to watch defensive line play and playing with your hands, Mitch Aronson, number 91, presses off the offensive lineman off of him, and then gets rid of him, makes a tackle right there. One of the reasons why Big Mitch was the player of the year defensively in MIAA.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. He and David Akama are going to be 2 guys that we're going to miss calling their names next year. There's no doubt. In fact, all the seniors on this Britons football team have been an awful lot of fun to watch the last 2 to 3 years. And there'll be some new faces and new names next year when we do the Britons games on the Britons Sports Network. And they'll throw the ball this time. Cameron Sorensen, and Sorensen will have enough for the first down. You knew that was coming. Everything was starting to bunch up in the middle. So we toss it out in the flats, and Sorensen, the athlete that he has, had an easy run.
It's just an automatic right there. Your quarterback Park, so smart, has total control of this offense, sees that it's 2-1 outside. You can go with the run if you want, or just take the free yards, throw it outside. So makes the right decision seemingly every single time.
First down and 10 again. And I would bet you're going back to the run. You want to bet me a nickel on this one? There's a casino over in Marshall, Michigan right now. If you could call real quick, let's put our money on a run play on this one. How about
Jim Funderburg's post-game plans have been announced.
Yeah, well, there you go. Go see see what's going on over there. There you go. Back to Bohan, and Bohan has really no place to go as the Britons tee off on that one.
There's a name that you're going to see a lot next year. Wunsch, number 42. He's going to play off the tackle right there and come inside, make the tackle, combine it with Jeremiah Major. Stops him at the line of scrimmage.
Second down now and 10. Brits moving linemen in and out on that defensive front.
Yeah, changing personnel groupings. When La Crosse changes an offensive grouping, they're allowed the time to shift and adjust accordingly, and that's what they're doing. Mark Sheridan, always smart, trying to get the right personnel on the field.
Simonkak and Sorensen to the top of your screen right now. Again, Bohan in the backfield all by himself, and they'll go right back to him. And 25's across the 30 to about the 29-yard line, so it'll set up a third down and short now for the Eagles.
Michael McGuire, the offensive coordinator for Wisconsin La Crosse, changes up formations again, goes a double tight right there with two receivers to the top side off the line of scrimmage. Yet another formation adjustment. They will throw the gamut of formations at you as you try to prepare for this team.
Got to bring a little more meat into that front line here, it looks like. As they will bring Will Jostin back in to play that tight end spot. And the smaller tight end that they have, Dustin Schultz, who got the touchdown a little while ago, goes to the sideline. Again, triples to the top, and they'll throw that ball up into the flat. Brits are right there. They saw that one coming. Jake Simonkak going to lose a yard maybe on that one. He'll set up a fourth down now and about 4 from the 30-yard line.
Yeah, Khalil Brown and Sanders, number 23, get out there and make the tackle. Sets up fourth down, and don't be surprised if they try to take a delay game, give themselves a little more room on the punt. Or no, it looks like they're going to go for...
They're going to try to kick a field goal here, aren't they? Huh? Yep.
Yeah, field goal unit on.
This will be a 47-yarder, almost 48.
He's got no wind behind him right now.
This will be just a couple inches shy of the longest one he's hit all year long if he gets it there. And that one will go wide left. And so Byrne misses that one, pushes it just a smidge. It looked like a low-line driver was maybe going to hold its course, but kind of like my 5-iron that I hit at the very end. It just tails away and into the sand trap, You
use a 5-iron, huh?
Yeah, you bet, man. Got to hit a 5-iron every now and then, only God can hit a 2-iron, right? That's the way that it works.
Where were you playing hitting a 5-iron? Bushwood Country Club? Where
well, yeah, I played there a couple of times. That's not my drive, man. You drive with a driver, but then you got that next shot that's got that 185, 175, 185. You pull that 5-iron out, you hit that drive, and
you're probably out there with Judge Smales and Dr. Beeper, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. I play with them every week. Brits with a first down completion to pick up about 4 yards. And again, underneath, and this goes to Teal.
And no huddle, going to go quickly now, try to move the football. And in about another minute or so, you're going to start to see some realization of these seniors that will be leaving the program as they're going to start looking at that scoreboard knowing that they're playing their last moments.
Ball tossed in the flats to Toko, who's had a great game this afternoon. He pulls it in for the first down and then steps out of bounds at about the 41-yard line.
Yeah, one thing that's evident about Toko is he runs solid routes, right?
Yeah.
Gets himself open, not overly fast or quick, but runs great routes and follows it up with really good hands.
When Mark Toko gets done with the football season, he goes over and puts on his basketball shoes, plays a little basketball for the Brits in the winter. Bush throws. Thomas catches for a short gain. And now the clock really gets to be critical here for the Brits.
Yeah, content to just let Albion catch the ball in front, come up, make tackles. Rusty Murphy, yet again, Rusty Murphy. What a fun name in football. What a fun guy to watch play linebacker.
They have two of the best linebackers we've seen all year long as far as the ability to move, to cover, to tackle. Justin Thomas with the first down into Eagles territory at the 48-yard line. And the guy who we thought was going to be a much bigger name in this football game has really been quiet all afternoon. 8 yards here, 5 yards there. Had a couple passes in that first half that if he could have located the one would have been an easy 6, and one maybe put on him a little bit better would have been another one, but just a little bit too far.
Nickel look, 3 high safety.
And this one's going to be picked off. Bush looked at his receiver the entire way, and Max Brower able to step in front and make the interception.
The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas for Max Bauer, the senior from Woodlands, the Woodlands in Texas. Big interception right there.
Threw that one into triple coverage, and Brower just sat there and said, well, I see this one coming. Took that last step, timed it up, and turned the ball back over to his Eagles. So 8:01 to play now in the ball game, and 28 points down. This is going to be the end of it pretty much, I would think. Run. I don't even think you throw the ball anymore, do you?
No, you just kind of keep handing it off. And you're talking about how you stop Justin Thomas. Well, you always think coverage-wise, right?
Yeah.
Well, not Wisconsin lacrosse. They said, well, let's just attack the quarterback, not allow him to throw it to him.
Give him enough time to throw the ball down the field as Mikowski comes back into the game, and he'll lose about a yard.
Yeah, Brian Whitehead, the defensive coordinator for Wisconsin lacrosse, he has had a fantastic game plan.
He really has. Well, it's been you don't make a long trip like that. The bus trip back, if you lose, is not a good one. So I'm sure Coach Janis said, guys, here we go. If you want a decent ride home, we need to win this one this afternoon. And they, as a coaching staff, put together a great plan. And as a football team, they executed it extremely well.
You tell the guys, maybe we'll stop and eat on the way home if we win.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, we'll run through the McDonald's there in Chicago. And you know what? Just as we said, they're not going to throw that ball. Don't they throw the ball? Yes, they do. That's Enders again that made that catch. Matthias Enders.
Yeah, just one of those quick, safe throws, though, right? Settle up in the zone. Linebackers vacate, throw it to where they're not, catch it and turn.
Matthias Enders gets about 6 on that. Third down and about 4 for the Eagles here, as the clock slips down under 6 minutes and 50 seconds to play here on this Saturday afternoon of football. Third down now for the Eagles. Again, empty backfield. So, yes, they will throw the ball. Park's going to toss it across the middle. Oh, Majors went for the interception and missed it. And Simonkak made him pay for it as he scooped it out of the air and scampered to the sideline for the first down.
And Simonkak, this route has just been devastating all game long. But watch him right here. He just kind of turns and then moonwalks his way out of bounds.
Oh, man, it has been fun to watch that young fellow play football here this afternoon. 5'8" senior. And this step out at the 42-yard line gives it first down and 10 now for the Eagles with 6.5 to play in the ball game. Now they're going to run the ball again, I believe. I'll bank on this one again as they go back to Bohan. And Bohan gets into the middle of the line, and there's not much more as this time the Britons' defensive line were pushed a little harder than the offensive front.
Yeah, Leggett and Casimir Johnson going to make the tackle, and you see Levi Ladd getting involved right there. Levi Ladd, how tough is he playing on a torn ACL?
Yeah.
That is impressive.
It's a shame, as we said, that he and Drew Schaefer weren't able to come into this game healthy this afternoon. Not necessarily that it would have turned the tide entirely for the Britons, but a couple of guys who have played that hard, that long, been that solid for this football team. Yeah. And you get that one opportunity to play the NCAA game.
Right. You want them to be able to go out on their own terms.
You
right?
do.
Yeah.
You really do. And unfortunately for them, again, it's a tough game. It's a physical game, and people do get hurt. And that's exactly what happened as Bohan takes the handoff, and he is still moving as the pile will push him past that first down stick across the 30 to the 29-yard line, and it'll be first down and 10 Eagles there.
That's a good offensive line. 1, they get behind and push. 2, They helped their ball carrier off the field to get him up off the ground. It's kind of a microcosm of the offensive line play all day long, isn't it? Just pushing and pushing.
Let's go back in time a while, because back in my days when I was a lot younger guy, when we played with that, that more oblong type football, you weren't allowed to push that pile like that. That was, against the rules at the time. Kind of like that a little more than I like this whole pushing thing anymore.
Well, the invention of the face mask allowed that to be a thing.
It did.
So guys are allowed to push the pile now.
Well, again, it used to be a situation, and you see that so many times anymore, and we've watched it with this team too.
Right.
You got the guy in the middle of the pile; he's able to stand up. Okay, and now in the pros, you watch it all the time. You get the big uglies pushing from the back, and the next thing you know, 5 yards more down the field.
Don't call them big uglies; they're big beautifuls.
Yeah, the big beautifuls.
You can't win without them, right?
Well, yeah, but a lot of them are not the most beautiful guys you're ever going to see. I don't know.
They don't have offensive lineman calendars, do they?
They do not.
There's a reason for that. But you can't win football games without them, folks.
You cannot. That's the other side. And there's the fake run and the throw to the end zone for the touchdown. Sorensen on the hook up. As Park says, okay, it's getting a little chippy down here. We're going to take the wind out of your sails, and I'm going to fake the run and toss it to a wide open Sorensen in the back end zone. Khalil Brown late to the party on this one.
Kind of a mess up in coverage. Corner stays in the flat. Brown's late getting out there on the cover 2 look. They ran a short route to hold the flat defender, and Brown can't get out there. And, Jim, that's one of those you kind of scratch your head and you say, throwing the football up big with 4.5 minutes left. Wonder if Coach Buer might remember that one.
Yeah, I think he will if they get a chance to play these guys one more time down the road. But, again, 51-16 is the total on that scoreboard. And I think really the direct result in that couple little chippy plays that happened on that football field, that's the way I coach a football team. You coached a football team in the past, but you say, you know what, if you're going to play it that way, then I'm not going to call. I'm putting the dogs back out on the field, and we're going to play this game.
Look, I've coached my last game, but someday up in heaven, I'm going to get an opportunity to go against some guys that ran it up on me, and I remember them.
Yeah, attaboy. That's the important thing. All right, 4:28 to play in this football game. The Britons down again, 51-16. They'll have the ball back. And again, for the seniors here on this team, it'd be good to see maybe Justin Thomas getting in that end zone one more time before he hangs up the cleats here at Albion as well. You go to look at Casimir Johnson down on the sideline. He and some of his defensive buddies are talking a few things over here as to what was going on and how this was all working. I think, we have not seen it up here. But from what we were told by our camera operators, this has been a chippy football game. There's been some pushing, some shoving, some, biting and holding and scrumming and the whole works out there. And Casimir was working on some things on the sideline. Brendan Teal will catch this one at the 10. Looking for a block to get around the edge. Makes the spin and then gets deposited at the 26-yard line, and a late flag that comes in. Right around the hash mark at the 20-yard line will be a holding call against the Britons, so it'll move this one back 10 yards.
This is a tough ask. You're going to catch it on the numbers to the far side and then want you to run all the way across the field as we set up the right return.
Holding. Number 21, Albion. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Ricky Pearson's the young fellow that got his name called on that one, so it'll be first down now and 10 for the Brits with a long field as they'll spot this on the 11-yard line.
Usually what happens at the end of a game like this, and it's the last game of the year, you tell your seniors, you play as long as you want. If you want to play the whole game, I'll let you stay out there. If you want me to have you come off the field one last time, it's up to you.
Brits fake the run and throw the ball, and it's going to be picked off again. Double coverage back here, and it's going to be scooped in by number 5. That's Eli Alt that we talked about. That'll be interception number 7 for him on the year.
Isn't that something?
That was an easy one, though, right there. That really was not one he had to work for that much. The work came right there on the blitz.
Yeah, it forces Jack Bush to throw early, and Alt could have fair caught that one if he wanted. His 7th of the year. What a fantastic player he is. Came into the day leading the team in tackles and interceptions, and he's a little dangerous with the ball in his hands. And It took quite a hit on Jack Bush. He wondered if Jack would get up, and it looks like he is okay, but that was a vicious hit on Jack Bush.
So now the ball's on the 15-yard line, and the Eagles in possession of it, and I believe we're going to see a backup quarterback into the ball game. Yep, we are. Here comes Garcia into the game, 24.
I think it was Connor Fonrich who delivered a hit on Jack Bush, number 50, who had a couple big tackles on special teams today.
And Mikowski will have the handoff on down number 1, and he'll lose about a yard as the Britons able to jump the gap and make the tackle for a loss of about a yard.
Still a prideful group. Look at all the guys running to the football. Effort is still there, even though the score is not where they want it to be. Showing some pride on the defensive end. Want to keep another touchdown out.
Well, if you don't have that kind of a mentality, you're not playing on this level. There's no doubt about that. You don't get to this spot. And again, kudos to all the guys on this football field right now. None of them scholarship athletes. All of them are playing here because they want to play football. And I've always this has been my favorite football to watch when it comes to the college side. You get up to D1 as Mikowski runs over a couple and he's inside the 5-yard line. You get up to the next level, you got guys now able to sell their look, their likeness and everything else, and make a little extra money. Free ride, the whole works. A lot of prima donnas on that level. On this level, man, you suit up every week knowing that there's no scholarship money, there's no per diem money, there's nobody going to come in here and say, hey, how about putting your face on the Wheaties box next Friday, right?
Stephen Douglas with another big open field tackle right there to stop them from getting in the end zone. And you referenced how important it is to play at this level. The amount of love you have to have for football to play at this level is a great thing.
Mikowski's going to barrel his way into the end zone on that one as he lowers that shoulder, and the big fella just knocks everybody down. 5'10", 215-pound sophomore out of Waterford Union. And with that, it's 57-16, and the turnover does come back to bite the Brits.
Look at the hat-on-hat, pushing purple jerseys all the way into the end zone. Anytime your running back can stand up in the end zone instead of diving or falling forward, you've gotten it done offensively on the line of scrimmage.
2.5 minutes to go in this one. 57 with the extra point coming to 16.
Camden Orlando, number 50 for Albion, tried to keep him out, just didn't have enough behind him on the tackle to stop the touchdown.
And we even brought a new kicker in off the sideline there. Bryce Westing, the kicker, the senior, who was able to come in and knock that out. It looked like he was a left footer, wasn't he, huh?
Yeah, wrong-footed, but still got it through the uprights.
Kicking it from the wrong side. You think that's showing off, Miles? Or, watch me.
I think that's just how he does it.
I think I'll knock this thing through left-footed, I used to play golf with a guy who would come out. He was a lefty, and he would come out all the time, and he loved having a crowd around him. He was a baseball coach.
Okay.
You know how those guys are, right?
Yeah.
And he would stand in his conversation with everybody in the crowd at an outing would be, I play golf with this guy all the time, and he tapped me on the shoulder, and he says, I beat him all the time, so he made me play left-handed this time, he says. So I had to go out and buy some left-handed clubs, and then he'd nail one 280 yards down the middle of the fairway.
No kidding.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, well, he was a legitimate lefty, okay?
Oh,
he just was,
right.
Yeah, he also had a line of baloney on him that was longer than what most people have. Right. And everybody go, wow, that's amazing.
And that man's name? Phil Mickelson.
Exactly. He went on to bigger and better things, That was back in the day. Brendan Teal will stand back at his 2-yard line now as we're wrapping this thing up this afternoon. Great to have you with us. Had a good crowd here all afternoon. And a little dribbler that Teal will pick up at the 14-yard line, looking for a block and heading up the sideline. Lowers that shoulder at the 27 and then goes down right around the 28-yard line. 1st and 10 Brits. Final time for a whole bunch of fifth-year seniors that are going to be on this football field for one last opportunity today. Justin Thomas, Kyle Thomas, Kobe Canfield, Jack Bush, Jacob Clark, all of them have been around and have been a whole lot of fun to watch. And this is not the way that they wanted to go out, I'm sure. But that's what you get. You get in with the other 31 best teams in the country, and you find out where you stack up. And this afternoon, it's been not quite the afternoon that the Britons would like to have seen.
It shouldn't take away a great season, though. MIAA champs, only one loss in the regular season.
They'll give it to Clark, and in fact, they've gone back to Ryan Roberts there, and Roberts will get upended for no gain back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Roberts has been the short yardage guy. Seemed like any time they needed a big third or fourth down, it was Roberts that would get it and convert it. The senior from Tecumseh, Michigan.
So 2nd down and 10, and the clock under 2 minutes to play here in this football game. And Roberts stays right behind Jack Bush. And Bush will be happy to hand it back off to Roberts, and Roberts this time will have positive yards as he crossed the 30 to the 32-yard line.
And Jake Shara, number 40, will arrive right there and make the tackle. Yet another one of these safeties can fly up and make a hit.
You get to go do a high school game after we're done with this thing, don't you? Go back to Ohio and do it. You're double dipping on us today.
Liberty Center and Carey from Bowling Green High School. Carey's got a tailback that's 6'2", 265 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Looks like Babe Ruth of the helmet.
3rd down and long now for the Brits as Bush looks and throws across the middle to Canfield. That'll be a 1st down. Colby Canfield has a touchdown this afternoon, several nice catches, moves the sticks on this one to the 42-yard line, and we're down to just a minute to play in this ball game.
Yeah, you kind of want to see one more touchdown by this offense before that clock hits 0.
And if they could give him just enough time, I'd like to see number 1 take off from the slot spot that he's in right here and maybe grab one. But they'll go the other direction, and they'll go back to Canfield again. He's still on his feet. He's got blockers, and he's on his way to the end zone, to the 10, to the 5, touchdown.
Oh.
Colby Canfield with a 58-yard catch and run.
What a great individual run after the catch by Canfield. You're going to get a good look at it right here. Bush, before he gets hit, throws it. Canfield's going to make 1, 2 guys, 3 guys miss, and then the spinneroonie. They get by the 4th and 5th guy, and he's going to stride it out. Another score for Colby Canfield. Look at Justin Thomas running with his buddy, celebrating with him.
1, 2, 3, and 5. Those low numbers. I wonder who's going to be wearing those next year when we come back to do the Britton's football. Extra point by Cooney is good. And it's 58-23 as the Brits answer. And at least they're not going out with a whimper, man. They go out with the touchdown the way that they should. And, again, as you said, you play a nice long season. You get a chance to play in the NCAA. The score is not what you'd like for it to be, but doggone it, there's only 32 teams that got to this level of competition this year.
Yeah, and how about guys like Colby Canfield? If that's his last catch, it was a touchdown.
Yeah,
Jack
it was.
Bush, his last throw.
It's a touchdown.
Yeah,
You bet.
Not a lot of guys get to say something like that, so that's pretty cool.
You get to take those with you there. Well, it has been a great bunch. It has been a wonderful season, and it is now just 37 seconds away from concluding here in Albion.
So the really cool thing about football, unlike a lot of sports and things in life, is these guys on the sideline, they could not talk to each other for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
Maybe see them.
Yeah.
And it's like you never were apart.
Yeah.
The bond that you have, that brotherhood that you have of being on a football team is just something magical.
Yeah, it really is. I'll tell you what, it has been a pleasure to do their games this year. It was a pleasure to do this game this afternoon, and congratulations to Wisconsin lacrosse. This is going to be an onside kick. I'll guarantee. Nope, they're going to just squib it down to the middle, and a nice scoop and knee on the ground. I believe that's 31. That's Max Brower that scooped it up and put the knee on the ground, and we're 35 seconds away from knocking this out, and we're 35 seconds from lacrosse heading towards Illinois next week to play North Central.
I know there's no bad teams in the playoffs, but
Yeah.
I would not want to play this lacrosse team. Name a weakness.
Yeah, I haven't seen any, really.
Yeah.
And again, the only yardstick, because we have not seen North Central play, we've not seen Mary Hardin Baylor play, we've not seen a lot of the other powerhouses around the country play. But you can look at what these guys did with Whitewater, who is definitely a legitimate power football team in NCAA D3 football. And they played them extremely well the time they got a chance to play them. And everything we've seen this afternoon out of this bunch has been just top-notch. Don't make any mistakes. Very, very solid football team. Don't miss a block. Don't miss a tackle. All the details are covered 2 turnovers today, and that's about the only thing that went against them here.
Yeah, fundamentally sound. They don't beat themselves, and they have enough athletes to make elite-level plays to get it done. They're going to be a tough out, and congratulations on Albion on a fantastic season as well.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We'll get some final stats, and we're going to wrap things up here in just a minute. It has been an interesting game. You got both teams on the field right now, high-fiving and shaking hands, and I like that part of this whole thing too. After a hard-fought ball game on a Saturday afternoon, you do make friends for just a minute. They weren't friendly throughout the 60 minutes they played one another this afternoon, I guarantee you. But the Eagles from Wisconsin La Crosse will be moving forward, and the Brits will go home after losing 58-23 here this afternoon. Tell you what, it's been a fun year. It's been a fun football team to watch for a number of years, partner, and it's been good to have you in the booth with me this year. This has been an awful lot of fun.
I've had a blast, and you said it right. Division III football is amazing because the passion and the love that these players exhibit week in, week out. It is a fun thing to watch.
It really is a fun thing. Marissa Smego, the best SID in the entire world, is going to bring us a couple of stats, I think, before it's over and done with, and we'll be able to put a wrap on this bad boy here. Schmidt-Fraser Field, and it's been what a great day. I know the Brits. I know Dusty Buer probably would have liked things to turn out just a little bit different this afternoon, but what a great guy he is too. To be able to have the time like you have. Do the coaches' interviews and get a chance to know Dusty a little bit. Great guy, great choice. He's been here now 3 years. He's got 2 MIAA championships. The year before that, he had a really nice run with a football team that was 8-2. Had a couple of stumbles there that first season, or he may have 3 MIAA titles under his belt right now in 3 years. So 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I think Meatloaf said that a long time ago, didn't he?
All right. Well, let's take a look at these stats from the game. 48 carries, 261 yards rushing for Wisconsin La Crosse. Third down conversions, 6 of 10. Owned a time of possession with 38 minutes and 51 seconds. Huge stat right there. The run game for Wisconsin La Crosse, Joey Stutzman, 19 carries, 138 yards. I'd like to see how many were actually gained after contact because he was very impressive. Bowman with 16 carries, 70 yards. Michalski for 9 carries, 32 yards. Jacob Parks, 24 of 30.
Wow.
24 of 32, 85, 5 touchdowns. The real deal, Jacob Parks got it done. Receiving Sorensen 6 catches for 81 yards with 3 TDs. Simonchek 6 catches for 76 yards, a touchdown. Schultz 3 for 40 and a touchdown. And Enters 3 catches for 24 yards. Tackles, Danes was 6, all unassisted. Kate Osborne, 5 unassisted. Elijah Alt had 4 tackles, 3 unassisted. Of course, had the interception, and Shara came in, delivered 3 unassisted tackles. Now for Albion, Jacob Clark, 20 yards on 7 carries. Ryan Roberts, 2 for 2. This is a team that did not run the football really well early, did not run the football really well in the middle of the game, did not run the football really well the entire game.
Yeah.
Jack Bush, who you got to tip your hat to him because he just did a great job of hanging tough in the pocket, getting hit every time he threw. 28 of 46, 341 yards, 3 touchdowns. However, he did have 3 interceptions. Receiving Kobe Canfield had a big touchdown on the last play of the offense. 7 catches, 73 yards to 1 TD. Justin Thomas, 6 catches, however, but only 65 yards. Mark Toko, 6 catches, 53. Career high for catches for Toko at 6. Kyle Thomas, 5 catches for 70 yards, including the 31-yard touchdown pass that he caught. And then tackles, Jeremiah Major. You ready for this number, partner?
Yeah, let's hear this
16 tackles,
Wow.
10 unassisted. Jeremiah Major showed up today. Stephen Douglas played a great game, 8 unassisted tackles, 11 total tackles. Khalil Brown, 7. And Mitch Ardenson, 6 tackles, all in the second half, too, for Big Mitch.
Wow.
What a great year for this Albion football team, and what a great performance by Wisconsin La Crosse, and they're moving on, deservedly so.
No doubt about that. The final today, 58-23. Big thank you to all the folks here at Albion College who took care of us all year long. Eric Herman, who did all the knob twisting and the button pushing here this afternoon. My buddy Miles Holliday, our great camera crew up there. Tom Brady's twin brother was doing camera work for us this afternoon. and Josh did a great job, Josh Underwood as well, on the cameras today to follow the game. That's going to wrap it up for us. We're hoping to do some basketball for the Brits on the Brit Sports Network. With that, I'll send you back to whatever game you're going to watch the rest of the afternoon and weekend, and send Miles Holliday on to a high school game tonight. The Brits follow this afternoon in the very first contest in the NCAA tournament, 58-23 to the Eagles from the University of Wisconsin La Crosse. There you go, Whitewater on the brain. University of Wisconsin La Crosse, 58-23. Have a great afternoon, everybody.